refuse to mention their names because I will have the opportunity to give an introduction of each. Professors from other universities who are here, colleagues, students, ladies and gentlemen. Today is a very important day in the life of the university and in the life of Professor Kuupole, especially because this conference has been organized in his honor. That reminds me of a conference I also organized in my department some years ago in honor of Professor Nana Jinapokajman, Professor Usansa, and Professor Kojo Pokajman. I believe the Department of French took a cue from what we did some years ago. Today's event is important because it marks the third day of the conference in honor of the revered professor, which started on Wednesday. And so I would like to welcome all of you here for taking time out of your busy schedules, especially for those of you who have come from different parts of Africa, especially West Africa. We've been treated to very interesting presentations in the last 2 days, and I'm sure in the last hour or so, we had some more presentations. So once again, let me welcome all of you to today's presentation, which is a forum. And the theme of today's forum is language as a catalyst for national development in ECOWAS, policy challenges and strategic pathways. For us to accomplish the aim of the organizers for this event, let me spend a few minutes to talk about the theme and the objectives of the forum. Language remains a foundational, yet often under-articulated dimension of national development and regional integration in the economic community of West Africa. As we know, the region's socio-linguistic landscape is characterized by the coexistence of several indigenous African languages and inherited official languages, such as English, French, and Portuguese, used in governance, education, trade, and diplomacy. While this multilingual reality reflects cultural richness, it also presents structural challenges for policy coordination, service delivery, citizen participation in national development agenda, and regional cooperation. As we know, in the context of ECOWAS' mandate for economic integration, free movement of persons, and socio-political cooperation, language, no doubt, functions as both a facilitator and a constraint. Effective governance, inclusive education, access to justice, public health, communication, and cross-border trade all depend on coherent language policies and professional language mediation mechanisms, such as translation and interpretation. Unfortunately, despite this centrality of language, language policy is frequently treated as peripheral to development planning. Consequently, this policy forum seeks to reposition language as a strategic developmental tool within ECOWAS member states, emphasizing its role in national cohesion, institutional effectiveness, and sustainable regional integration. The forum forms part of the international conference, as I've already said, held in honor of Professor Domwini Dabire Kuupole, whose scholarly work in language, didactics, and multilingualism has consistently highlighted the developmental stakes of language choices in West Africa. Let me now talk about the specific objectives of this forum. One of which is to analyze the impact of language policies on national development outcomes in the ECOWAS member states. Another is to assess the role of multilingualism in governance, education, and public service. Another objective is to highlight the importance of translation and interpretation in regional and cross-border cooperation. The penultimate objective is to encourage policy coherence between national language frameworks and ECOWAS integration goals. And the last objective for this forum is to formulate policy-relevant recommendations for strengthening language planning and implementation in West Africa. At this point, I think I will go on to introduce the panelists who are already seated. The first person I want to introduce is Professor Samuel Atintone. Professor Atintone is a distinguished linguist, educator, and academic leader with over 2 decades of experience in teacher education. He currently serves as the principal of the Accra College of Education and president of the Principals of Colleges of Education, PRINCOF, Ghana. His research focuses on Ghanaian languages, linguistics, literacy, language policy, and the documentation and development of indigenous languages. An internationally recognized scholar, he is a recipient of the prestigious Commonwealth Academic Scholarship and the Fulbright Visiting Research Scholarship. Professor Atintone has consulted extensively for the government of Ghana and international organizations, including UNESCO, the World Bank, and USAID on language, literacy, and education policy. He has authored over 40 peer-reviewed publications and has played a leading role in curriculum reform, orthography development, and multilingual education in Ghana. He brings to this policy forum, therefore, a wealth of expertise in language policy, literacy development, and educational leadership. Shall we clap for him? The next is Professor Gladys Nyaku Ansah. She is a professor of cognitive and applied linguistics, University of Ghana. Professor Gladys Nyaku Ansah is a professor of cognitive and applied linguistics in the Department of English, University of Ghana. She is a distinguished scholar whose research spans cognitive linguistics, applied linguistics, African Englishes, bilingualism, language and education policy, and cultural linguistics. Her work explores the intricate relationship between language, cognition, culture, and society, with particular emphasis on multilingual African context. She has participated in numerous national and international research collaborations on language, education, multilingualism, and social development. Professor Ansah has served as head of the Department of English and currently heads the Department of Communication Studies at the University of Ghana. She also brings to this policy forum, therefore, a wealth of academic leadership and expertise in language policy and communication. Let's welcome Professor Ansah. The next person is Professor George K.T. Odro. As I earlier indicated, he is the technical advisor to the Minister for Education in Ghana, and he is also a professor of educational leadership. Professor George Kweku Toku Odro is a professor of educational leadership and currently serves as the technical advisor to the Minister for Education, Ghana. He is an accomplished education policy expert with extensive experience in educational leadership, school improvement, higher education, governance, and teacher professional development. A former Pro-Vice Chancellor of this prestigious university, University of Cape Coast, he has also served as director of the Institute for Education Planning and Administration, where he provided strategic leadership in educational planning and policy research. Professor Odro holds a PhD in educational leadership from the University of Cambridge, where his doctoral thesis received international recognition. And he has contributed significantly to national and international research on educational reform and quality improvement, and continues to play a leading role in shaping Ghana's education policy and reform agenda. He brings to this policy forum, once again, a unique combination of academic excellence, university leadership, and practical policy experience. Let me also introduce Professor Eric Daniel Ananga. Great. Professor Eric Daniel Ananga is a professor of education at the University of Education, Winneba, and one of Ghana's leading experts in curriculum development, teacher education, and education systems reform. He has played a pivotal role in shaping Ghana's education policies, including the National Teacher Standards, the National Teacher Education Curriculum Framework, and the new senior high school curriculum. His research focuses on education equity, teacher professional development, graduate employability, and language policy. As a senior fellow of results for development and key advisor on curriculum reform to TETA, Ghana, he continues to influence educational transformation nationally and across the region. Today, he joins us to present a paper on behalf of Dr. Ivy Nkrumah, bringing his extensive policy and research experience to our discussions. Let's welcome Professor Ananga. The last on the list, and I'm sure everybody knows him. He's the reason why we are all here. Professor Domwini Dabire Kuupole. He is a former Vice Chancellor, University of Cape Coast. Professor Kuupole is an eminent scholar of French and sociolinguistics, former Vice Chancellor of the University of Cape Coast, and the celebrated honoree of this conference. Over a distinguished academic career spanning more than 3 decades, he has made outstanding contributions to French language studies, sociolinguistics, discourse analysis, and higher education leadership. He has served the University of Cape Coast as head of department, dean, pro-vice chancellor, and vice chancellor, while also providing leadership to numerous national and international higher education bodies. In recognition of his exceptional contributions to the promotion of the French language and Francophone education, he was decorated by the government of France as an, this one, I think you will have to help me. But I think I can skip that with your permission. His legacy of scholarship, membership, or mentorship rather, and visionary leadership continues to inspire generations of academics across Ghana, West Africa, and beyond. Professor Kuupole has already taken his seat. Now that my guests have taken their seats, I think part of my work is done, but I would like to make some comments on how we are going to proceed. So I will give each panelist 10 to 12 minutes, after which we will have an interactive session. That will be open to the audience, who would ask pertinent questions. I'll be your moderator, So I'll be directing affairs. So I think that this is enough for our panelists. But please make sure that you speak within the maximum of 12 minutes so that we can do other things. So if Professor Achintoni, I think I would like to start with you. Unless you want to. So, Professor Achintoni, I would like you to.
So let me know what I should speak on. Otherwise, I'm just enjoying the ambience of the room. What exactly? Oh, just my opening remarks. Oh, okay. Okay. So anyway, first of all, let me take this opportunity to express my appreciation to the organizers of this conference and to particularly put on record that my own professional career to where I am, I was actually in University of Education where I was teaching as teaching assistant far back in 2000, 2001. My path crossed Prof. Kuupole when there was Coexistence of Language Conference right here in UCC. And I met him as usual. The Gabas and Frafras usually have some joking relationship, but he says, what is this small boy doing here? I said, I want to be like him. That was my answer. And he took me as a mentee, and I would want to thank him ever since. The story has never been different. So today, here we are to honor him, and particularly to speak about language policy. Back to the topic, I think there are several issues that are raised with respect to what is the relevance of language in the ECOWAS framework, and particularly in development and policy-wise. Again, I think that I pick the perspective from language policies in ECOWAS context. You notice that when it comes to language policies, and in particular, I pick it from Ghana here, I'm sad to say that since pre-independence and post-independence, we have never had any consistent language policy. And indeed, there isn't actually what we call a policy. I would refer to them as what we call policy statements. Policy statements in the sense that from pre-independence, you have a policy in Ghana that says local languages should be taught from early grade to P3. And then another government comes, then it changes, and even after post-independence, it was a different story. Fast forward, by 2015, 2016, Ghana took a decisive decision, and particularly the current vice president was then a minister of education, and they saw the need to develop a language policy. That's where I came in and worked with some professors, in particular, Professor Kofi Ajekum, Prof. Abinadolfa. I'm sure some of you know, he's one of our earliest linguists and language experts in this country, and many others. This project was supported by then US aid, who are no more here because of Donald Trump. And what did we do? We wanted to see whether we can actually have a well kind of defined, actually what we call a language policy. That was done. I was one of the lead people who worked with late Professor Gilbert Ansere in blessed memory. He died just this year in, I think, April, if you know about that. And that was the first time we in Ghana here have what we can call a language policy document. Were asked by the then minister, current vice president, Prof. Nana, Her Excellency, Prof. Nana Opukajimai, to go around the universities and do advocacy. Let the academia and every person involved in the education land space make an input. In fact, we invited teachers. Charles is here. We met them, College of Education, and many more. I came here with a document to also present. We got good input. By 2017, Ghana has its own problems. Well, change of government. The rest of it, I think Prof. Ananga is here. We worked at NACA and never saw the light of the day. But back to the ECOWAS front. ECOWAS itself have said that language is very central for the cohesion and integration of the people. And they have subscribed for itself. If you look at the ECOWAS document, I think this morning somebody was giving a talk, and that's about 2016 or 18, not very precise. But the point is that they have recognized the importance of local languages in the development framework and say we need one language, if possible, or to develop our own language, because by cross-border, myself from Bolga, the moment I visit my uncle's house, I don't even know the boundary between Burkina Faso and Ghana. Then I see the Frafra that's spoken in Ghana side and that of the Burkina side, slight variations. So one people, in fact, history has it that we even came from Burkina. But then, for some reason, language became a problem, because while just by the border there we could speak to each other, when you go further, you might not. At Paga border, the same thing. Aflao, you know what it means between the areas. So you cross over in a Francophone country because of language policies, it is the case that they speak French. So point then is, for us to have real integration within the region, there's the importance for us to recognize that we are multilingual societies within the West African sub-region, which means that beyond our subscription to the colonial languages, English or French, which is dominant within the West African sub-region, there is need for ECOWAS itself for us to look at our policies which will promote not only the speaking of these languages, but as well as making sure there are actually coherent policies that can lead to education. And that I mean, for example, in Ghana here, we're still struggling. The new policy, we are proposing that foundational learning education should be in the local language or indigenous languages. If you just oppose that with the Francophone countries, and I think they are here, apart from Senegal, where they are promoted, Cote d'Ivoire, the story is different. Burkina Faso I also try, but not the best. They use them as objects of probably academic studies. What we want is, can we actually have a real policy like the Ghanaian one we did, which we have not even implemented, and I'm happy my senior government official is here, Prof. Odro, we've been working together. There's need at this point for each of these countries to have a real policy and follow through with commitment to implement it. That way, we can be having some integration and cohesion and linking up within the ECOWAS sub-region. Without that, I think we can talk about them, but I'm not sure we are really going to achieve anything. They've talked about ECOWAS in terms of development objectives and so on. For me, when there are policy documents from ECOWAS, to what extent are these languages used to deploy them? That brings us to the question of the introduction here, translation, and interpretation. Major conferences, I don't know even what we are having here, is it being translated in any local language? That is already the deficiency that we have. So meetings we have within the sub-region, because of the language factor, many things are done at the ECOWAS level, but I can tell you not many people are actually aware or following, because civic participation can only be leveraged on the languages that the people understand. Unfortunately, that is not the situation on the ground. So which means, yes, there can be policy, but in terms of practice and governance for the people at the ECOWAS level to follow, there's a need for us to make sure how these documents actually get to the people that the governments of these states, including policymakers, are making for them. Let me probably, because I said I don't know how much time I have, I can go ahead, okay. So basically what the point I'm trying to make here is language plays a critical role. At the various governmental levels, we need to be very intentional in terms of language development policy, language policies, and also make sure we understand the multilingual context that we find ourselves. Ghana here so far, and I remember we're dealing with 11 languages when I was at Ajimako, up to where we are. The last language last year had been added to the official languages, making 12. That's good in my own language. Credit to the Ghana government. Within the sub-region, I think we're the only country that have more than 12 languages recognized in education. And of course, when you take other programs like NGO programs, about 50 or 16, when we had a complementary basic education. So we are doing well, but I think we need to do more than that. I would want a day by which our parliamentarians, that is where government business is conducted, the indigenous languages can be used as instruments to make sure our MPs we elect, when they are back to campaign on the ground, and I have known them, they use our local languages. When they win, it's a colonial language. People are cut off. What are you speaking in the parliament in the English? The same thing, there's an ECOWAS parliament. I have never been there, but if you look at the literature, it is French and English and Portuguese. Are we serving the people whom we are representing? And these are the real issues that we said there's need. The multilingual realities on the ground must also be translated in our business, and that can only be done by duty bearers and also by governance. That way, we should move everybody along. I think you will see what I'm talking about in Ghana here. Community radio stations, any region you go today, you would notice that it is the local languages they are using to speak. The only thing I dislike about it, it has now become only talk about party things. That's not what we wanted. We want developmental issues to be talked on the radios. But each day you tune in, I think if you're in Ghana, you know, it's all about NDC and MPP. That is not what. Of course, it's good. They try to disseminate government policies and people also make arguments. But basically, you would notice the local languages have a wider spread. At national level in Ghana here, a survey was done, and it was found at Peace FM and then UTV. These two stations uses the local languages to actually communicate, and it's going far and wider for people to understand rather than the English. So together we have a role and responsibility. I would probably just conclude here and ask the question, what then would be a good policy alignment for the sub-region? And I would want to say that a policy alignment for us in the ECOWAS region, it is not what the government wants, but it should be a policy that reflects the reality on the ground, a policy that the language that the people speak, it is not a policy, and that cannot be very negotiable. And we must also be very intentional as to how we can leverage our multilingual situation to promote development among the masses in government and in our communities. On that note, thank you very much.
So we will now invite Dr. Gladys Ansa Nyako to make his speech.
Wezo. Wezo. I won't add late. Mia Wezo. Okay, so Wezo is for one person. Mia Wezo. Ekwaro. Ekaro. Is it Ekaro? Yes. Okay. And Akwaba. See, we are here, West African citizens, and using English to interact. We are even struggling to greet each other in languages that are dominant in our language, in our countries. Akan is dominant, Ewe is dominant, not only in Ghana, but in Togo, Benin, and parts of Nigeria, right? Yoruba is dominant in Nigeria. And yet, see how we are struggling. ECOWAS is one of the most densely populated areas in the world in terms of languages. So it is linguistically very dense. Nigeria alone has over 500 languages. And Ghana has about 70. Ethnologue puts it around 80. So add all the other West African countries. And so it means that for proper integration, language is a tool of communication. We need some common grounds. When we come together as ECOWAS Parliament, what are the languages, working languages? French, English, Portuguese. Most states in the ECOWAS have language policies in their individual countries that project the colonial languages and marginalize indigenous languages. Also, no matter how dominant you are in your country, the policies make you small, insignificant. So even though the peoples of ECOWAS are multilingual, what Mufwene calls complex fluidity in multilingualism, states, the ECOWAS member states, are officially monolingual in European languages. And what it means is that it cuts off majority of our people. Their voices are muted because they don't speak these European languages. Are the colonial languages bad for us? No, they are not. One, they ensure that we are able to integrate globally and participate in global trade, which is important. Two, for a highly multi-ethnic region, they kind of serve as a neutralizing effect, So if I switch to Tree only, there will be protests from different corners. Even other accounts, Prof. Afo can protest and say, I don't understand Tree, speak Fanti. So in that sense, the colonial languages are useful to us. And then they also ensure some standardization in education, for example, national curriculum, how to, what are we as a country or as a region looking for, But these are not the only things. There are negative consequences of what we are doing as ECOWAS and as ECOWAS member states. I already mentioned marginalization. He mentioned language and parliament. So when people go to the constituencies, they campaign in local languages and they speak sense and the people vote for them. But when those people are not very fluent in English and they come to parliament, they are mute, they don't talk. Because if you talk and you make a mistake, you become a national laughingstock. So they go, they don't talk. What it means is that English is reducing, otherwise people who have something very good to contribute to national development, their voices are muted. They can't say anything on the floor of parliament because they will become laughingstock. And this is even at that level. In governance, it means that only the elite, those who have gone to school and who are fluent in English, in French, in Portuguese, can be involved in decision making. If you don't speak any of these languages, you can't contribute to decision making effectively. And even though Ghana's parliament doesn't officially exclude other Ghanaian languages or Ghanaian languages in parliamentary debate, it says that there must be interpretation. If you want to speak a Ghanaian language, there must be interpretation. And I asked, who provides the interpretation? They said the person who wants to speak the Ghanaian language must provide interpretation. If I can provide interpretation, why would I not speak the language, you know? So it only deepens the marginalization in governance. And then it causes crisis in education. We know every year the external examiners, not external, chief examiners report on BEC and WASI. A lot of the people fail because of English. And then developmental communication becomes ineffective. So you talk and talk and talk public education because you are doing it in English. You are not educating anybody. You are just shouting. And so in the end, language becomes a very important tool in national development. And as ECOWAS, we need to pay attention. If our individual nations are developed, then the bloc can develop. But the bloc cannot develop if our individual nations are suffering. Multilingualism across the borders. So what do we have? Okay, I'm a cognitive linguist, so let me bring some cognitive things in here. We believe as cognitive linguists that new knowledge, advancing any new frontiers, is built on existing material. So what do we have that we can build on? As I said in the introduction, we have multiple languages, and many of our populations, people among us, are fluent in multiple languages. And when we speak informally, we switch from language to language many times. We don't even notice that we are doing it. Whether you think you are speaking Twi or English, before you know it, other things are coming in. Now, there's a lot of research in this practice called translanguaging that is helping in Southern Africa, South America. It is helping in education. Translanguaging is important. Why can't we encourage translanguaging? So I know a bit of Ebe, a bit of Ga, a bit of Yoruba. If I speak and I move from one to another and I can reach some of the people, is it not better than speaking only English and reaching none, apart from my classmates, you know? So we must make the local languages count. How do we make them count? By policy. Policy not only on paper. This one, I want to come to your, yes. So when you say, oh, 12 Ghanaian languages are used in education, to what effect? I have argued that, you see, even if you pass, you get A1 in all subjects, BC, WASI, but fail in English, you are not going anywhere. But in spite of the 12 languages, you can fail in Twi and Ga, you go anywhere you want to go. Now, what it means is that there is no currency in the local languages, and it makes nonsense the policy, right? So why not say, for example, by policy, to go to senior high, you must pass in English and one Ghanaian language. A lot of people from research, a lot of young people, families are moving away from speaking the local languages, and they are speaking English that is not even proper English. So they are telling their children, hurry up. Don't you see the mango is gone like that? The mango is gone like that. But they see currency in English. And as rational human beings, and they are economic, you know, why should I speak Ga or Ebe or Tree or Yoruba if it is not taking me anywhere? So make the Ghanaian languages, the African languages count. That its currency, you can use it to move from one level of education to another. And in that case, you are kind of bridging the gap between the European languages or colonial languages and the African languages. That way, when you make a policy and say people should learn, they will learn. Otherwise, they will not learn. Okay. So I say we should encourage translanguage. But I am also saying and thinking that, see, if you look at East Africa, they don't only have official languages, they also have national languages. We don't have a national language. We only have official language, which is even unofficially official, because we don't have a proper policy that backs it, like the US until Trump came the second time and said officially English is, you know. So think about national language or national languages. And here there are models. We don't need to pick one language and say this is a national language. South Africa has 12, including sign language, official languages. So we can think official language, but we can also think one official language plus national languages. And the national languages, my suggestion would be like to pick a dominant language in each region as one of the national languages. So that way you reduce the tensions. That's one. So South Africa has a model that we can use. But the EU as a bloc, which is similar to the ECOWAS, also has a model we can use. They have 24 working languages. 24. And you can speak in any of the 24 languages. You can write to the commissioner in any of the 24 languages and receive response in the same language. But when for day-to-day practices, they limit the languages to 3. But officially, so you are not ashamed to go to the EU and speak Maltese. But if you go to Parliament and every time you open your mouth, you are speaking Fante, your co-parliamentarians, in fact, your own constituents, you are a goner. Next term, you are not going again. I think in the 90s or yes, early 2000s, there was an MP from Akwetia. Her constituents said they are not voting for her again because she didn't say one word. Why must we mute people who can contribute? And the woman had gone around the constituency talking to the people about developmental issues, and she was working. But because she couldn't speak English, they said she disgraced them, so they don't want her. So my point is that there's nothing wrong giving legal backing by policy to as many languages that we can and say these are working languages. And people who feel adequate in those languages should. And we must make provision for interpretation and translation services. And that one, it goes beyond Parliament. Have you been to the hospital where you have a certain kind of pain that you don't know the English word for, but you know it in your language? So I asked somebody if you have, but I asked medical doctors who are Akan, so they understand. So I asked them, what is the technical term for a pain in your tummy that feels like somebody is biting you? So it's called biting pain. Okay. How about like somebody is squeezing something and they have terms? And he said each one of them is may point to certain different diseases. So if you go and you have a biting pain, but you don't know how to call it in English, but you know it in Trio, you can say meyam kekame, or meyam uwome, or meyam tutumi, but you can't say it in English. So you go and say, I have stomach pain. What sort of pain? And people are misdiagnosed and given wrong medication and so on. So it is a very important matter we are talking about. How the human capital in each of our states develops depends to a large extent on language. So my conclusion is that we should learn from best practice elsewhere. We can talk about across the borders. Hausa is a West African language. So what prevents us from, not today, but starting from now, encourage people to learn Hausa? It's a West African language. When people travel from Burkina, from Niger, from Nigeria, they come, they find acceptance in the Zongos because of Hausa. So how about, say, Ebe, because I said Togo, Benin, and so on. So cross-border. Cote d'Ivoire, you can do Akan between us, and so on and so forth. So we have something to work with. And if we are willing, we can. I think the most important barrier for us to cross is to see multilingualism as a headache and as a problem. So this morning somebody was saying multilingual education, the economics, it's difficult to, but I said if we cut half the corruption, we can fix our language issues. So my final word is that multilingualism is a resource that we can exploit for national development and for regional development. We need not see it as a problem and then perpetuate imperial ideas and cut off many people from national development. Thank you.
So we'll continue, and I hope that you are taking notes because after the presentations, I'll give you the chance to make comments, ask questions, and I'm sure that we will be better off when we do that. So at this point, I would invite Professor Odro.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and greetings to fellow panelists and colleagues listening. This morning, I experienced something that firmed up the importance of language. When I arrived, I was told there was a presentation going on in the other hall. So I went, I entered, and everything was in French. Meanwhile, I can't understand French. I can't speak French. But I remembered an experience I had in Togo when, as Pro-Vice Chancellor, I led a French department under the leadership of Professor Koda to Togo. When we went, he was close to me, so he was doing the interpretation. Then suddenly they moved me up, so I could not get his interpretation. So what I did was, when I saw the people nodding their head, I also nodded my head. When they clapped, I also clapped. And exactly what I did this morning. And I found that as a defect. Because if we are bordered by French-speaking countries, and I cannot just understand French, then it is a defect. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no doubt that without language, we don't have a national identity. Without language, ECOWAS has no identity. Without language, social cohesion becomes challenging. Without language, no subject Prof mentioned it, examinable subject can be understood. So when children are failing or performing abysmally in mathematics, for me, the bottom line is language. It is only with language that you can understand challenges or problems associated with science, associated with mathematics, associated with cultural studies, whatever you talk about that. It is in this context that the ministry has decided to go back to years where language, the dominant language of location of schools, became part of the language that an individual learned. And I'm a product of that. I am a Fanti from a village called Aguna Safo in the Aguna East region. But my dad was a policeman who worked in the Volta region. And so the dominant language there was Ewe. And that is what I learned, to the extent that now as I sit, I can speak, read, and write Ewe. And that has also given me some asset. One, it makes me very sociable, and I say that people who are multilinguals are more sociable. They interact freely with others. They are more tolerant. So if social cohesion is an indicator of national development, then we cannot do away with language. Language also gives me identity as a Ghanaian, because when I speak, I say, look, I'm a Ghanaian, because I can at least speak one other language. And as a past student leader, I leveraged on this to win votes. I recollect when at the auditorium, we gathered to present our manifesto. And before then, I was very good in Ewe, Akan, and later Dagbani. But I tried and got some expression of Gonya and Ga. So at the auditorium, I started with the local languages. And that, in a way, endeared me to the Gonyas, to the Dagombes, to the Gans, to the Ewes, to the Akans. And I won massively. So language provides us power. So what government is doing, and for that ministry is doing, is that, look, when we're talking about learning poverty and how to increase it, and of course, the literature says that in sub-Saharan Africa, about 70% of 10-year-olds cannot read with understanding. And in Ghana, about 30.2% of children aged 6 and above cannot read. And that is a challenge. If we have that situation, then talking about addressing learning poverty becomes an issue. That is why the ministry, and for that matter, the minister has decided that, look, let's go back and then ensure that KG to primary 3, let us use Ghanaian language as the medium of teaching. So other foreign languages can be taught at subjects at that level. Beyond primary 3, the Ghanaian language will become a subject to be taught alongside the others. So we can get our children firming up their language, Ghanaian language. Let me also say that from an experience, I never had the opportunity of attending a secondary school. As I sit here, I don't have a secondary school mate. But I leveraged on the Ghanaian language I was taught to develop my English language. And that is what I've used to develop to the extent that I have been to one of the best universities in the world without a secondary school education. It is a foundation that Ghanaian language laid for me. Yeah. Now, when the minister announced this, we had people reacting. Sadly, some of them are renowned men of God, as we would describe them. One of them saying that Ghanaian language will extinct. So there is no need investing in that. Others also came to say that, look, our mother tongue now in those of us in urban areas is English. And so when you say that we should use Ghanaian language, are you not being discriminatory against those of us? But the fact is that you need an identity as a Ghanaian. And your identity can only be measured by your language. So that is the policy of the ministry. And in September, there will be a national conference to delve deeply into this policy. And Prof, I agree with you that we've worked with policy statements, and that if we are not very intentional in ensuring that the Ghanaian language becomes prominent in our mode of assessment, then we'll not be going anywhere. I think it's something that we can take forward. So, English and French for ECOWAS. And I agree with the suggestion that using English and French as our official languages, what will be our ECOWAS language? And I agree, Prof, that we should be very intentional in considering Hausa as an ECOWAS language. Because I've also experienced that if you travel across, Hausa is the commonest language that people speak. So I add my voice to that. We need also be conscious that with the emergence of technology, particularly artificial intelligence, as ECOWAS members, what are we doing consciously to ensure that we get an ECOWAS content of technology? What are we doing to ensure that we get a Ghanaian content in our technology? I made a write-up and needed quick proof reading. So I posted it in AI to proofread for me. My name was there as George Kweku Toku Odro. When it was proofread, it became George Quick Odro. Kweku had been changed to KWIK. And so we need to be very conscious. As we embrace artificial intelligence and others, we need to be conscious that our language becomes very prominent. The ministry is trying to beef up its bilateral cooperation within the sub-region. And Burkina Faso has come up with a proposal where they want French and English exchange. And the ministry has bought into that, and very soon it will be extended to all the other universities to support in that. I know University of Cape Coast started that very long ago, and so we need to revisit that. So in terms of policy, Ghana supports the teaching of local languages alongside English, French, and now another language beyond West Africa is coming up strongly, Chinese. And so thinking about that. And let us not, as Ghanaians, kick against our own language. Because I always say that, look, global citizenship without local citizenship is a robbery of national identity. In other words, if you promote foreign language without promoting your own language, you lose your identity. And so let us jealously support that. If the English had not jealously guarded their English language, the English language wouldn't have grown as it is now. So as Ghanaians, we have to change our mindset and value our language. In conclusion, what I would say is that language is a catalyst of national development. There's nothing you can do without language. If you dream, who can tell me that he dreams in a foreign language here? Nobody can tell me. And if we do not promote our language, we use terminologies that create subconscious challenges for us. For instance, in our education system, you hear medium of instruction, instructional leadership, the teacher as instruction. And yet we say the 21st centuries, we expect teachers to adopt a learner-centered approach. We expect teachers to adopt a democratic approach. In our local languages, when we say to instruct, what does it mean? Command, direct. So it's a teacher-centered notion that rings in our subconscious thinking. You know, and yet we keep saying instruction. And my proposal, and it's an advocacy that Africans to use terminologies that sit well with our language. Let us not adopt languages, words that in a way create confusion for our teachers in the classroom. I said, and someone said, but George, if you apply for grant, you must use the terminology of the funders. And if the funders know instruction, why would you go and use teaching? And I said, a beggar must have a choice. On this note, Chairman, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you and good afternoon, everybody, again. Mr. Chairman, I would connect what I'm going to share with what the earlier speakers have spoken about. My discussion is actually based on Dr. Ivy Nkrumah's research. Ivy is not in town to present her work, so I'm standing in for Ivy. And how Ivy and I started looking at this thing dates back to what I found when I was doing my PhD work. And in my PhD work, I look at school dropouts. And I followed children who drop out of school. Sometimes some of them come back to school and eventually they terminate and don't complete their schooling in one fishing community around Mankesim and another farming community in that area. And what I found out was that in school, because of the language of instruction, most of the children were quiet. And there's a big silence in the classroom. But when they move out of the classroom and I meet them at the beach, sometimes they migrate as far as to Hafasini, Jawaf, we cross to Cote d'Ivoire. These are people who can articulate their ideas very well. So I realized the language is an issue for these children. So Ivy and I were talking and she started sharing part of her work and research that she has done with school children and in classrooms. And the main thing we discussed, and that came out from her finding, is that our governments across Africa invest heavily in infrastructure, buildings, roads, hospitals, schools. But one area and one infrastructure that our governments never focus on is the language. And if we build roads, or we want to build roads, we want to build schools, we want to build edifices, we need language to communicate this to the people. And Prof, you said when you go to the hospital, you need language to have access to the good service. If you go to school, it is same. There are some of our community and some of our school, because of this language issue, there's a big gate from my imagination. There's a big gate in front of the school. We go to PTA meetings and we find out that some parents are present in the PTA meeting, but they never make a contribution because the entire discussion is at a level where they can't say anything as we want. Now, in Ivy's work, we look at 2 studies but use 1 question. And the question was, how does language affect learning, participation, and inclusion? And what does that mean for national development? The interest has been on the cognitive processes and the classroom and community realities. When you enter our classrooms, like I said earlier, the teacher is teaching, often speaking English, asking questions, expecting engagement. And quite a number of the children, particularly in not the very high schools, are very quiet. And if you've been to our classroom, you see it. Teacher says, "Do you understand?" And they say, "Yes, sir." "Do you understand?" "Yes, sir." "What you say?" "Debbie." Mr. Goma, ow. Now, that is a huge message going on in the classroom. The teachers are struggling. The children are struggling. In fact, we are both struggling. Struggling to help us learn and struggling to learn. The Professor Tintonu mentioned that in most of our communities and rural communities, you see that the radio stations and the local community stations are communicating heavily in the Ghanaian language. Now you come to the urban settings, you see a mix of that. And there is something I found out. I went to a conference when we were having a discussion. And for us all, that person who said Ghanaian languages are dying, so we should forget about it. There's a huge challenge emerging. All of us, in our contribution to knowledge economy and even global economy, when you apply for jobs, grants, and things, the global system is using technology to assess. If you send your papers and documents, AI would assess. AI doesn't know Kwame. AI doesn't know Meba. So the moment those words get underlined, it falls within the rejection line. So if we are not intentional about how we place ourselves out there, after a couple of years, 5, 10 years, with how the technology and AI thing is going, we will just be going off, and gradually our contribution will become less. There is that mismatch between what the children do at home, the languages they communicate with their parents in, and what happens in the classroom. And Prof. Odro, I like the point and the position the government is taking, that we will go back and make sure that teaching is done, especially at the early grades, early levels in the local language. But there are issues also with that. What we see is that in most of our communities, parents want to see their children speak English. And the findings suggest that they feel, oh, you want your children to go to school and speak English, and you want ours to learn in Ghanaian language. We don't want our children to learn in Ghanaian language. They should learn in English, and they should speak English, because some parents are looking at English as an opportunity for the future. So if the child can speak English, then the child is good to go. That is why you sometimes, I follow children from school and I don't know whether they are speaking English. You hear them say, "You go." you eat. That house that they painted yellow that man came out of. And I'm like, is that really English? But the parents are happy to hear them speak that way. Now, what actually the study found out and is trying to emphasize is that we need both and all. We need English, we need the Ghanaian languages. And from observation, interaction, and engagement with the students, some learners were given pure English, and they were taught purely in English. A very small percentage of them participated in the class entirely. Then another group was given Ghanaian language only. You see a higher percentage than the English group participated. Now, when the opportunity was created to mix the two, it shot up heavily because you can meet each of the children and the learners at the level they are, and they'll be learning according to whatever abilities they have in the classroom. One critical thing the study found that we need to look at is how soon should switching be done? If we start KG 1 to P3 in Ghanaian language, when should we switch to English? And that period of switching, what is the bridge and how does it look like? It needs a careful study, and maybe we need to look at it critically. To do the multiple language thing, take all the Ghanaian languages and English and move it from lower grade gradually to upper grades. When children develop literacy early, the study found out that going forward and English, it becomes very easy, or the other language becomes very easy for them. But there are some obstacles we need to look at. The first one is the teacher. The fact that I can speak Fanti doesn't mean I can teach in Fanti. If I can speak Ga, it doesn't mean I can teach in Ga. If I can speak Ewe or Ashanti Tree, it doesn't mean I can teach in that. So our teacher preparation need to look at carefully at how we recruit or how we enroll students into teacher education program, bearing in mind the backgrounds you are coming in with. And I like the suggestion or the recommendation that our children should take a Ghanaian language with English. So when they go into teacher training, they would be able to. I remember when I went to teacher training, I had a Ghanaian language. Interestingly, when I finished O-level the first time, I didn't pass English, but I passed Ghanaian language. I passed FF very well. The rest were not very good. And then I did not dare and move on. Then when I got to college, those times, we had 3 Ghanaian languages you have to take. So I took Ewe, Ga, and Akwapiam Tree in the first year. Second year, then you drop some of them, and then you major one to go. With the intention that if you go to the communities to teach, you can fit into an area. Interestingly, when I finished my training in Ekropon, did Akwapiam Tree, Ewe, and a little Ga, I was posted to Tolonkomongo. So the policy bit on teacher deployment is critical also. That has to be looked at. The material, the instructional material, teaching material, we have to look at it very well, and then ensure that teachers and learners have access to materials that are friendly to them. There are a lot of indigenous materials that we can use to teach. Assessment. Most of our assessments are in English. And we need to help our teachers know how to go about assessment in the Ghanaian languages that we have. What are the stakeholders saying? And how do we get our stakeholders to buy in? That's another barrier. You know, where somebody says you go to parliament because you are not able to speak English, you disgrace us. I don't know. I remember I sent my children somewhere and they were in an environment where we had to discuss something critical. And not in Ghana. So they switched to Chi. And then we were speaking. They said, Daddy, you've helped us. Then you say, this thing, we can't talk about it. And then you see that even at that international environment, you see the value of the local language that they can speak. Now, I'm getting close to concluding on yes, because of time. Let's treat language as a development infrastructure. All our roads, everything, language should be one of the key things our government must be interested in. Let's move beyond, and other speakers mentioned this monolingual policy of teaching only in English, to something that will include and involve everybody. Let's invest in language resources so that we can ensure that every learner has access to materials and can learn. And AI is shaping a lot of things in the language landscape. In fact, I did something with some colleagues recently. One of my friends is a Ghana, so I wrote a text and gave it to DeepSeek, and I asked it to translate to Ghana. And I went to him and I pasted it and I projected. I said, read that thing, let me say, Eric, who wrote it? I said, I did. I said, how? But you can't speak Ghana like that. I said, I know. I use AI. He said, Now, my thinking is teachers can leverage on this to be able to plan their lesson, develop materials, edit it a little bit, and then they can move on. In conclusion, I want to say no nation can develop if it doesn't leverage on the languages that is available to them. I went to Lome, Central Market, and they were speaking Chi. I was like, how? I've been to other areas and I see all the Ghanaian languages across the African region, especially West African sub-region. We seem to be the same, Prof. I think you and I have been having this discussion. I am not a language person per se, but my interest in inclusion sent me to the labyrinths of language, and I'm enjoying what we are finding. Thank you very much.
That was very interesting, and I'm sure that the celebrant will give us the most exciting presentation. So we'll listen to Professor Kuupole, after which we will take a short break and have an interlude, and then we would invite friends at the other side to make suggestions or ask questions. So, Professor Kuupole.
Thank you very much, Chairman. You may be disappointed. You know, when you are last to speak, there's virtually nothing much to say. But let me appreciate my colleague panelists and indeed everybody in this room. Colleagues and friends, families are here because of one person. And let me use my mother's expression, because of this tiny little boy. So I'm very much grateful and I appreciate everybody. I will not be able to mention names, but I appreciate everybody who has come this far. Well, language, I agree, is very essential. But for language, I wouldn't have gone to places that I can boast of having visited.
and I would probably not have been decorated by the French government. My own government never minded me. My own government, they don't think that there's somebody like me existing in Ghana. My own university, unfortunately, has never rewarded me for my services and efforts, even though they are benefiting. Anyway, that aside, language is essential, and as the previous speakers have said, it's the mirror of our cultural identity. It's the mirror of our own personality. Language is a medium of socialization, we like it or not. You get to a place, you are lost, and you hear somebody speaking a language that you understand and speak. You click, and you hook on very easily. It has happened to me on several occasions, either through the Dagara that I speak, or English or French. Anyway, yet we have a very poor mindset at the government level, individual level, community level, and all that has been highlighted. Governments upon governments have always emphasized STEM, STEM, STEM. We hear of STEM. Meanwhile, language is the mother of everything. We neglect languages. We talk about science. What is the other one? Technology. Yes. And so because of that mentality from government through implementers of government policies, all of us tend to believe that languages are not important. And so we flop when it comes to using our own languages and when it comes to using the language that we have borrowed and retained. So that is one point we need to be probably looking at. Yes, STEM can help us develop economically. STEM can help us also join the global world, but we need a language to promote and develop STEM. I want to agree with Professor Atintono that probably, and I relate that to my own subject area, I haven't cited any national policy, language policy, per se. I have not. I stand to be corrected. I agree there are ministerial policies, ministerial educational reforms and statements which we're working with, but which certainly also have a number of gaps. There's a gap between the policy or the statements that are made and then on the ground, what is being practiced. There's a gap, you know, and I'll be maybe explaining why those gaps exist. So I'm yet to cite any language policy, and in particular relating to the subject area that gives me my daily bread. Was it in 2000 and something, Anamon's report? It only talks about French should be taught, or French should be compulsory at the JHS or basic schools where there is a French teacher. Yet, heads of school decide that we don't need French because French results are always poor, and that will tarnish the image of my school. So the heads of schools, sorry, the shortest man from my village is here. The head of CHAS is here, but his colleagues ensure that there is no French taught in the schools. We have over the years suggested that let's do cluster teaching in the communities where we have a French teacher, and in some of the basic schools they don't have French teachers. The timetable can be made in such a way that this teacher can do cluster teaching. He goes from school to school. The timetable is made flexible for him to go around to teach. And that could be done in the seminary schools also in some of the communities. So these educational policies, reforms, statements, or what have you, they need to be properly harmonized, and proper supervision should be done. so that implementation of policies is properly organized. Now, we're talking about national languages, and I think there maybe the understanding of what a national language is varies from person to person. Some languages in Ghana have been selected and projected in the education system. Others are also used at the local level, at the community level. But I look at languages in this part of the world as the interboundary languages which can be developed. And I think Prof. Atintono mentioned that again. When I get to Burkina, when I go to Burkina and I just get to the Burkina Faso border, I don't need French. I don't need English there. I need Dagara. Because all those along the border, they speak Dagara with me. We share the same cultural values. When I go to Aflao and along, I practice my broken Ewe. And I'm very happy, you know. But when I go beyond those linguistic boundaries, the Dagara, they extend up to a point, Djibugu and beyond. When I go beyond towards Bobo Julaso, I have to switch to Jola, which I don't speak, you know. When I go to La Côte d'Ivoire side, the Akan varieties are there. Fortunately, I speak some Twi, whether broken or but I'm able to communicate and reach out, which is also good, you know. So these are the interboundary languages that we need to look at and promote, so that whenever we are along the borders, when we are with our families, we should not be calling ourselves Francophone, Anglophone. We are Everphone, we are Dagaraphone, we are whatever phone, you know. Now we have the transnational languages, and I think my sister mentioned that. And I can think of two, Hausa and Fulfulde, the language that the nomads, the Fulani nomads speak. And from Mauritania down to the Cameroons, the Fulanis are all over, and they speak, they go along with their language, despite the varieties or the language variants that they have. You know, Hausa from Senegal, Mauritania, in fact, down to everywhere. And I think our sister mentioned, Prof mentioned that because they are able to speak the Hausa, because of that linguistic and cultural identity, when our brothers and sisters arrive, they go to the Zangos, where Hausa is spoken. Why won't we be intentional as an ECOWAS community about using Hausa, using Fulfulde? Of course, if we are talking about at the national level, we are talking of projecting one of the major language of mobility. I'm talking of Akan, its own virus. Certainly you have this ethnocentric sentiment or reaction. Because already people get angry when they are asked, "Na oya Ghana ni na own country, own teaching." So people get infuriated when they are told in the face that you are a Ghanaian and yet you cannot speak Twi or Akan. So if in an attempt to project Akan, for example, you have these ethnocentric sentiment, but there's nothing wrong in trying. It's all about education, it's all about sensitization of the people, and it's all about the mindset. Now, the other one, we still have the foreign languages, which we cannot do away with. You know, we have the English, unfortunately, we have the French and the Portuguese. West Africa largely is English and French. But I, as a French scholar, I've observed something. We have Pidgin French, just as we have Pidgin English. And my colleagues, my brothers and sisters in Nigeria, That's one thing I'm very much happy about. They have been able to adopt and colonize and domesticate the English. So if we must maintain a common language of foreign origin, why don't we adopt the Pidgin English, develop it conscious, intentionally, and make it a language of larger communication? When I get to Abidjan, I'm very happy. I abandoned my classroom French and I joined my brothers and sisters in the streets of Abidjan. And there's a place I stayed when I went on my study abroad, Yopougon, Yop City, where you have these musician magic systems and all that. Very popular and very interesting area in Abidjan. And you speak the French with them and you are happy. Because that's not the French we were taught by the French. It's the French that has been Africanized. So we can be looking at that. But all I'm saying, Mr. Chairman and colleagues, you can't have a language policy or whatever policy without a political will, without a political commitment. Language policy comes from policy or from political circles. So we need a government that is committed, or we need government in all the ECOWAS nations that will be committed to the development of both foreign languages. If we want to keep them, we can, they are necessary. And then especially our national languages, especially those that are of larger communication. We need to, and I think my neighbor, Prof. Anaga, mentioned that, the material development. We need to invest in teaching, learning resources. We cannot do without that. To facilitate learning, to facilitate teaching, we need to invest in the human capital, the teachers, because we need them to teach, whether from the basic, from the JHS, or from whatever level. So we need to retool them, we need to sharpen their skills, and we need to bring them to understand that languages are taught through participation, through active involvement in the classroom and outside the classroom. We also need, as I said, the support of every community. You know, and I think all the participants panelists have mentioned that. Those of us who are even educated, what is our mentality vis-a-vis the languages that we want our children to speak? We're sending our children to international schools. We're sending our children to private schools where English is taught from P1, not nursery, you know. And like Prof. Ananga, I'm happy when my children, when we are in a different environment, they say, Daddy, please, let's speak Dagara. So that so that the others will not hear or will not understand what we are saying. You know, and there are times, especially the little ones, she said, no, don't speak English. Don't speak English. They will understand what we are saying. You know, so that alone is encouraging. And they speak English very well, I must say. So language is part of a national tool, a national, what do you call it? A national property. And so we can only develop it if we put it as part of our national development plan. I don't know if Ghana, we have a national development plan. Do we? Is it NDPC? Yeah. And whether in that plan we have language clearly stated that any government, or call it any party that comes to power, doesn't jettison what is already there. The policies of every government and any government must be based on what is already in the national plan. We pick it up from there. That is what happens in other communities. And at the ECOWAS level, that kind of plan, a plan for language or languages, should be clearly indicated in the ECOWAS regional development plan. I must say, last but never the least, that every language or any meaningful language policy is preceded by research, assessment of the situation. You can't develop any language policy out of the vacuum. You can hold all the conferences in Accra, excluding my brothers who are in Nandom Kogli, because they cannot participate. The forums are held in Accra. Only professors and experts in the areas are invited. We need to go out to the communities, tap their thought on whatever policy we want to put in place. We need to hold referendum on some of these things, talk to the people, get their ideas, and then with that, we should be able to develop a meaningful language policy or whatever policy. We started talking about African Union. The Europeans picked up the idea and they came up with the European Union. It was European Economic something. Now the European Union. And they have a common framework for languages, which we are attempting to borrow without understanding that framework very well. You know, and they have it. And it's because they all agreed at that level that no, a child from basic school should learn at least 3 languages. One of her mother tongue and 2 other languages. So by the time the child gets to university level, she speaks already 3 languages. And they'll be going out for all the jobs that we cannot afford to have. Donc, Chairman, I think, as I said, I don't think I want to talk plenty. At least as the yet to be born, I should be quiet.
Although that was your intention, you have ended up talking a lot, but that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. As I promised, we will take a short break, have an interlude as we prepare to ask questions and make comments on the presentations we've heard. So can we have the musical interlude? If you want to stretch your limbs, I think you can take the opportunity to do that. Whatever you want to do, I'm sure you can do that now. When we come back after the interlude, we will engage the presenters.
Hello. Good afternoon. So we would give you 2 songs. The first one will be in French, and then the second one in English. The first one, Hymne à l'amour, and then the second one, Wherever You Walk. Le ciel bleu sur nous peut s'écrouler et la terre peut bien s'effondrer. Peu m'importe si tu m'aimes, je me moque du monde entier. Tant que l'amour inondera mes matins, que mon corps frémira sous tes mains. Peu m'importe les grands problèmes, mon amour, puisque tu m'aimes. J'irai jusqu'au bout du monde, je me ferai tendre en blonde si tu me le demandais. J'irai décrocher la lune, j'irai voler une fortune si tu me le demandais. J'irai loin de ma patrie, je renierai mes amis si tu me le demandais. On peut bien rire de moi, je ferai n'importe quoi si tu me le demandais. Si un jour la vie t'arrache à moi, si tu meurs, que tu sois loin de moi, peu m'importe si tu m'aimes, car moi je mourrai aussi. Nous aurons pour nous l'éternité dans le bleu de toute l'immensité, dans le ciel plus de problèmes. Dieu réunit ceux qui dans le ciel plus de problèmes. Dieu réunit ceux qui Merci. Wherever you walk, cool gales shall fan the glade. Trees where you sit shall crowd into a shade. Trees where you sit shall crowd into a shade.
into a shade. Trees where you sit shall crowd into a shade. Where'er you tread, the blushing flowers shall rise, and all things flourish, and all things flourish wherever you turn your eye, wherever you turn your eye, wherever you turn wherever you walk, cool gales shall fan the glade. Trees where you sit shall crowd into a shade. Trees where you sit shall crowd into a shade. Wherever you walk, cool gales shall fan the glade, and the trees where you sit shall crowd into a shade. Trees where you sit shall crowd into a shade. But that's it.
In a few minutes, we'll start the next session, which is devoted to interacting with our presenters by way of asking questions or making suggestions or contributing to whatever has been said. So I think we don't want to waste any more time. So can I see by hand the first set of about 5 presenters? And so once I point at you, I'm sorry I'll not be able to mention names, but let me. So number 1, number 2, that's my dean, Professor Dorcas. Number 3, number 4, and then number 5. So that's the first set. So can we start now? Thank you.
That's it. Akbe, Barka, oh you are done. I've listened to all of them speak, and they've said they've established the problem. My name? Okay, I'm Alfredina Kuupole. You said my name. I'm at the Institute of Education, but I teach some of my courses in the Department of French. And so I'm here as a participant, and I want to contribute my quota to what has been said. I've listened to all that, but I asked myself, what is the way forward? And I think we have a task. The universities have a task. ECOWAS, they have a task. Ghana government has a task. Now, if we think language is power and language is everything, then what do we do to make sure that we develop our own languages here in Ghana? Let me start from home. I think that the universities have a task in the sense that if we have Ghanaian languages being taught in some of the universities, how many of them have they been teaching? When we come to University of Cape Coast, we have about 3. When we go to Winneba, I think they have the largest number, and they are doing well. I think they deserve a clap. But you have not reached out to all the 12. So be thinking about increasing. Thank you. When you go to other universities, it's only 3 or something else. And so we need to start from the university. And I think that the university should take it up and develop Ghanaian languages in their universities. We should even have a department of Ghanaian languages, bigger, or faculty of Ghanaian languages, or even college of Ghanaian languages in the case of University of Cape Coast. In that case, all the languages that have been assessed at the basic level up to the secondary level can be taught in our universities. So when I come and I want to do French, I can go for 2 or more Ghanaian languages to beef up my program, so that when I come out, I'll be a language person. But the thing is that we shy away from our own language. When I see people who have done Dagare, and I ask them, why won't you go and do Dagare in Winneba? Dagare, what will I use Dagare for? And so they shy away from it. And it is the same thing with the French. They ask you questions. What are you going to do with the French? To the extent that we go home and then some of the schools don't have French teachers, but they are teaching. We have French teachers who are teaching. But the district directors, the headmasters or headmistresses will say no. Oh, you've done English, you go and teach English. You've done geography, go and teach geography and drop the French. I had a personal experience when I went to supervise one of my students who was to teach French. When I got there, he told me that the headmistress said he shouldn't teach French because French has been spoiling their program, their statistics, and showed me. So I went to the headmistress and I said, what did you say? He shouldn't teach French, he should teach what? He said, look at our results. French, they didn't do well. Did you ask the question, why didn't they do well? There should be a solution to it. Now I told her, one day, these students will curse you because you prevented them from learning French. When I said that and I left, the next year, he called me and told me, Madam, I've introduced French. French is back. And even at the University of Cape Coast here, they were going to drop French. And we had to fight against it. So Ghanaian languages, we need to develop it. And our universities should take up the mantle so that we can inform government and then let government help us. We should even institute the quizzes for Ghanaian languages. Why not? Every time it is maths and science, maths and science, maths and science. And then maths and science, we've not been able to produce a bicycle in this country. For all these years, we have been doing that. Not even a bicycle, not even a car from KNUST. Oh, this one came from KNUST. So we don't have them. They are not even being used. The science and maths, they are useless for me. Let's develop our languages. And we can use our languages to develop the technological works that we want to do. So we must start from somewhere. So if we don't, then we should blame ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My name is Kwabena Safo Kantanka. I'm with the Department of English, University of Cape Coast, and I'm the Dean of the Faculty of Arts. When it comes to discussions around language policy and all that, it's a very complex thing. And so the first question is, what actually is the problem that we want an intervention to resolve? Often, and I'll read something that also goes to support what Prof just said. Lad Foggett says something that it is paternalistic of linguists to assume that they know what is best for the community, because acceptance of status decision does not automatically produce a language practice in compliance with that decision, unquote. Dorian also says this: language loyalty persists as long as the economic and social circumstances are conducive to it. But if some other language proves to have greater value, a shift to that other language begins. That is our problem, because we don't see the value of what our local languages can produce for us. And so if I'm going to school, what is the end game? If I'm going to study a local language, what is the end game? And so if we don't have that clearly, nobody will venture in there. And so for me, all that we're talking about language policy. I see two things. There's a difference between language in education policy and language in governance policy. And I see that most of the things we are talking about here concentrate on language in education policy. Of course, that of language in governance also came in. We cannot enforce compliance at the level of governance, but we can enforce compliance at the level of education, language in education policy. So if governments say that from primary 1 to the university, everybody must study one or another local language, you cannot avoid it. You have to study it. And that is where our attention should be. And you see, when you do that, and everybody studies a local language or another, or one West African language throughout up to the university level, going forward, they will be forced to use it. Okay, but if it is top down, then it becomes a problem, because when it comes down, you don't even get people to study the language. You don't even get people to do their programs in it. For example, even today, the universities are a major culprit. And unfortunately, I feel so sad very often to see that we, the intellectuals, are the ones championing the neo-colonialist agenda. And I'll explain. You come to the universities today, when it comes to funding for research, the arts are neglected. Languages don't come in because everybody thinks that we can speak the language. So why the research? And that goes back to what Professor Kuupole said about STEM education. We are neglected. Today, as I speak with you, if you apply for funding, how many funding agencies do fund programs in, say, language programs, say arts generally. That's a difficulty. So everybody is shifting because we don't see the value of what we can have if we study our local languages. And so for me, I feel that the way to go is to clearly distinguish between the issue of language in education policy and enforce it, and then automatically the top-down will also come in. If you are talking about language in governance, we must emphasize decentralization. Because if you go to the assemblies, DAs, they use the local languages. We can strengthen, what do you call it, inclusion at that level. But when we go to the national level, national parliament, when you are fashioning out laws, it is not only about Ghana. It means a lot. So if there's somebody in parliament who cannot speak English, automatically it will be very difficult for them to be part of that process. And we don't have the means to do that. So I feel that that language in governance policy can be strengthened at the local levels, whilst we also enforce that of the language in education policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The third, your name.
Thank you very much. So I'm Dr. Obriebua from the School of Medical Sciences. When I even told a colleague that I was attending this, he said, well, what has it got to do with you? He didn't see why I should spend my time here. But I find language and my experiences with it as one of the interesting things, and I wanted to hear this conversation. My dad is a Kuyapim, my mom is Ewe. My dad ensured that we could speak and write both. And he learned to write Ewe. So I got that. And then every language I'm exposed to at every time, he insists, are you learning it? And I never really saw why I had to. I came to Cape Coast as a medical doctor, and the first one of the very experiences with language, I nearly gave anti-snake venom to someone who had had a dog bite. Because of Fante, when they said Bodom Akan and how they were reacting, I didn't get it. So this is what language could do in communicating with people even when their lives are at stake. And then my other experience, when I'm teaching, I find myself that there are things I prefer to express in the local language. I feel it's better than in English. But I've attended training, including here, where I am told that it excludes people if I turn and explain something in Chi or other. I'm excluding people in the class who did not or do not speak such languages, and therefore it is not encouraged that I do that. And I had to say, oh, then this one I have to work on it. I came to accept that it was an error on my part to sometimes shift and speak this local language. So I feel it's very complex when we want to address language, because even the directives we are given seem conflicting. Am I wrong to express something in Chi to a group learning in Cape Coast here who want to work also in this area? Is it exclusion? We need to address some of those. And then once we move outside Ghana, through engagement with West Africa Health Organization, I suddenly felt so betrayed by my country that my French is not good. Because I just crossed to Burkina here every time I meet it, and they said, Dorcas, you have so many papers from Burkina, and you are one of us, and yet basic French, you keep struggling. And when I go to Togo, thankfully, ever makes me survive. But I think that even in the professional space, we still need to find means of getting people the opportunity to learn some of these languages to feel a deficiency. So I don't know what the solutions are, but at least from my experiences from my home and up to my working life, I do agree fully that having the local languages at hand in addition to the English is essential. And I want help to improve my French. So please, what should I do?
Okay. Can we have the next person? Yes.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Let me begin by what Professor Chasmafo said. He said when he applied to K University for the position of lecturer, at the interview, the very first question they asked him, you were a language person, so what are you doing at Science and Technology University? And he said, when you do your technology and whatever, you will need language to take it out. You see, what I want to say is that we were saying now the policy is that they should use the Ghanaian language to teach from the nursery to class 3. And the same parents will be complaining that they don't want their wards to speak the Ghanaian language, and they are taking them to the international schools and the private schools and whatever. I think they are doing that because they think that if their wards or their children learn the Ghanaian language and they are not able to speak the English very well, they wouldn't get the opportunity to become the ministers. They wouldn't get the opportunity to become the medical doctors. They wouldn't get the opportunity to become those high positions. That is why they are avoiding their children to learn the Ghanaian language and then leave the English language. So I am on the view that at first, when the colleges of education were under UCC, Ghanaian language was a core for everybody. You enter the college, you do it. Now they say curriculum has changed. They are making Ghanaian language an elective. So if you are not doing elective Ghanaian language, it means you are not going to do any Ghanaian language. Meanwhile, we are still saying that we want our children to learn the Ghanaian language from class 1 to class 3. How do they do that? Like we were saying French, the policy was that French is compulsory where there are teachers. And we are not training the Ghanaian language teachers. So where do we get them to teach? So I think that policy should come back. As soon as you enter College of Education, the Ghanaian language must be core, like Prof was saying. If the government says it's core, you are doing it. Everybody will be compelled to do it. And then in some universities...
I hope this is the last. And if you can make it snappy, I'll be happy.
That is the last one.
Yeah.
In some universities where they are teaching Ghanaian language, you go and they are using English to teach Ghanaian language course. At times I said, I have applied to come to university to learn Ghanaian language, and they are using English to teach me the Ghanaian language. What is it about? So we need to work on this. Okay. Other than that, we'll always be complaining about what we want. So thank you very much.
Right. Okay. So the last person in this round.
Thank you very much. My name is Akosia Saki. I work with public affairs here at the University of Cape Coast, and I would want to commence by indicating that a number of us here actually suffered some strokes at school growing up because we were communicating in our local languages. And then it was written all over, don't speak vernacular. And so that is the problem that we have cultivated for ourselves, and now we have the Herculean task of overcoming it. Now everybody wants the child to speak English and not any other language. But then my question is going to Professor Odro, when he speaks about the language policy for education and the fact that pupils from kindergarten through to class 3 would have their instructions in their local language. Right, so the question I want to ask is, when it comes to assessment, are you going to assess them in the local language? For example, If I'm going to write a paper in religious and moral education, are the questions going to be in Infante? If I'm going to write social studies, are the questions going to be in Infante? If I'm going to write mathematics, would the instructions to that paper be in Infante? Or after teaching me in my local language, you'll be posing questions in English? Thank you very much.
Okay. Right. Okay, so I think at this point, I wouldn't pin any question to a particular presenter, but I'm sure that I'll allow the presenters to choose whichever questions or issues he or she would want to respond to, except the one that was directed to Professor. Yeah, so we can start from Professor Tintoni.
Let me first of all express my appreciation to all the contributors. I see most of them as contributions right from Prof. Alfredina. You're right. I think sometimes, and the last speaker also raised it here, last but one, universities have not been very, very honest to ourselves or having supported this whole agenda of our local languages. But that notwithstanding, I think there have been some inroads. For example, when you talk about expanding the programs, I don't know who watched news about 2-3 days ago. Something very important happened at the National Theatre on the launching of 3 Ghanaian languages photography. And these languages were Sisali, Likpakpa, and Kusa. And I want to say that I have personally gone to these villages to start to develop these languages far back in 2015 because there's community interest in speaking their languages and ensuring that they're in school. That will help to answer the question of the negative attitude of our people because now it's a different one. You would also notice that there's an MP for a hunter. She has single-handedly given money to students to come to Ajimoko to study a hunter because they think that Fanti is not their language. So there is now a community renewal, and that will address the issue of those who want to send their kids to, the private schools, because people are beginning to think of the identity issue that we have articulated here. So that can resolve that one. And of course, Winneba itself have also expanded the programs now to about 15 languages. Kusal is there, Likpakwa is there. We are just in the process of hooking on Mampruli. So we're moving beyond the 11 that used to be. The other problem is UCC here. I haven't seen that move. Legon is still stuck to account ever, and I don't even know whether Dagbani is there or not. So I think it's a wake-up call to us because we can't come here and be talking and not do anything. As I speak to you, Deputy Minister for Education, Honorable Clementa Park, last year or sometime this year, February, literally just took me and said he wants me to help them develop Bully. In fact, I was tired, but the minister cannot speak and you deny him. I moved to Bully land, that's a Sandema in Upper East. Because if you look at the linguistic landscape, it is Upper East that have a quite diversity. You have Godne, which you know as Frafra, you have Bully, which is a Bulisa people, then you have Kasim, then you have Kusal, about 4. But luckily, we have taken steps because I was right in Ajimoku, and I thought we should deal with this, and we have moved a number of the languages on the platform. The question of should the language in education by Prof. Safo Kantanka, you are right. At this point, it's a language in education that we normally focus on. But I can bet you the bilingual language policy that we developed up to 2016, and I want to answer the question of, in the global context, we cannot be talking about only local languages. So the policy is that KG to P3, yes, it will be the local language. After all, these are just little kids. And remember, that's the age by which they develop languages, and they can do more than just one language. So, being that being the case, our position as language experts is also that we can't do away with English. So, at that level, while you use the local languages, bilingual model means that once you move beyond P3, then it should be English, and you have enough to actually learn or acquire it if you want. There are French scholars here. I'm not too sure they all learn the French from P1. It's about the methodology and how we teach it. Because anybody who learned French, even in the O level, was in secondary school. Was that not the case? And Prof. Kuupole is here, a shepherd from Kugle Nando is speaking French as he's from Paris. It is our methodology. Our English teachers, I would agree. And I fully say, let us be very honest with ourselves. Are they actually teaching English? Because if somebody learns French from secondary school and then he's an expert, what's the problem? Chinese is coming. The same thing the Chinese are doing. I think you have Confucius Center here. You know, some Ghanaians went to study science and they learned Chinese just for 1 or 2 years and they are experts. So yes, we have to relook at that one, and I think we can move and we can do much, much better. Policy, don't speak vernacular. You are right. Just last week, I went to do some work for Nasia, and I was surprised. Boldly written in a particular school, I think it's in Fant. I'll have to check whether in Central here or Western. I was shocked. Today, those were colonial practices. And then we will still be putting that thing on the... So it is not something that we should be doing. And I asked the head teacher or headmistress. He said, well, I came to meet it. And they said that is school culture. So me, I can't also remove it. So these are things we have to think around. For me, because I worked in rural communities and I've been in urban centers again, there are now people who are asking us, in fact, to teach their kids in the local language because they made a mistake by not teaching them when they were young. Yes, and most of them, you find them on our university campuses. I'm sure you find some in Cape Coast here. Whether they are found or the regardless, they don't. I'm happy Prof. Kuupole said his case speaks the local language. My children, I was in Winneba teaching. When we come out of the room, and my senior person is here, they learned Ever. I don't know how they got it because they were playing with Ever case. They learned Fanti. But my worry was, if I didn't teach them good name, then I have a problem. Luckily, they have learned the good name. They speak Fanti, they speak Ever. When they speak, you don't believe that these are Frafrakis. And that is to our advantage. We went somewhere and they were speaking Ever and saying that I resemble my daughter. Then my daughter looked at me and said, have I heard what they ever said? In my language. I said, what did they say? That they said I resemble her. Then I said, I can understand Ever. So when I was referring to the Ever, they said, how did I understand them? But it was Maliriga. So it's an advantage to learn many languages. It's only cause for commitment. Funding, it depends. We're actually disadvantaged. I will agree with you. In terms of language and us, but there are also other policies in literacy, which personally I have also benefited. There are people who want us, and they are coming from the West, who have learned about the local language documentation program. Language documentation, it's a deliberate program started in Europe by somebody who died and left good money, almost about 10 million pounds. And the money is for endangered languages, languages that are going extinct. You know what they are doing? I won about 700,000 pounds when I was doing PhD. You collect the data here, you can't archive it. It is seated in London. They're giving money across Africa, Senegal, everywhere. The only problem, and I have asked myself, but I needed it for my PhD. I felt so sad because how can I collect data from Bolga and then it can't sit in Ghana here? But that was part of the funding requirement. I have no option. Videos, translations of all the folk tales. And I know I can, some endangered ones are there. The last project we are on, if you know Prof. Abaka and I, we have won another one, roughly I think about 70,000 euro in Accra College. We're doing a numeracy. The speakers are only, by 2020 they were about 50. Now we are left with just 4 or 5 speakers. We are collecting that data with 2 PhD people. Same thing. They have moved to Germany now. Requirement, go and put the data in German. What it means is that we ourselves have not been very intentional and supportive in this. Thank you very much.
Right, okay.
So on that intentional note, was it last year or 2 years ago, the University of Ghana celebrated an achievement. And the achievement was that we have 51% of our students being female and 49 being male. Why was this an achievement? When I was a little girl, I used to hear a song I didn't understand fully, but send your girl child to school, Papa Faniko Suku. The perception at the time was that there was an imbalance. More male were going to school and females were not going to school. So there was an intentional campaign from government, from the Ministry of Education, we didn't have Ministry of Women and Children, but there was social welfare. And after so many years, here we are celebrating this feat. So the point I am making is that if we put our mind to it, if we want to do it, we will begin now. We will not reap the harvest now. We are sowing the seed. 10 years, 15 years, 20 years from now, somebody will be celebrating the use of Ghanaian languages, the use of African languages across ECOWAS and in Ghana. And we can change. It's a behavior. And when I was speaking at first, I said, we are rational beings. If there's nothing in it for me, I don't want to waste my energy on it. So leadership will have to help us to see the value in our local languages, in our culture, then we will align. So let's begin to do a version of send our girl child to school. There are very many creatives. Kofi Kenyatta can do one in Ghana. Riala can do one in Wala. And but let the campaign begin now. And in a few years, we won't be having this conversation. Otherwise, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, we will still be having the same conversation. Thank you.
Okay. So, Prof.
Okay, thank you very much, Akusia. Nyatapi, nama fiano lavagama. Ejaba to dokoranya vagba. Who can translate that? There's a hand there. Okay, thank you.
As you ask, Prof is saying that if you are taught in Ebe, you should be examined in Ebe. No one will teach you French and come and examine you in English. Thank you.
Yo, Akbar. So, that's part of the conversation. The curriculum is being reviewed now, and it has come out strongly. If we say we're using Ghanaian language as medium of teaching, then how are we going to assess them? And it's very encouraging that we have resources in Ghana. Opening Ejekum has done a lot with his team, and I was surprised to learn that previously, post-colonial, mathematics questions were set in Akan. And currently, there are some digital, how do you call it, service providers who are trying it in science. So that is the intentionality, but the conversation is still going on, so that KG to P4, the child should understand science in his or her own language, so he can build on. I saw that when I was at the university, I had some Chinese friends. Whenever we came across a difficult word, the Africans would be rushing to Oxford Dictionary, Cambridge Dictionary, but the Chinese will refer to Chinese dictionary to understand it in Chinese, the concept, before getting onto. And that's one of the rationale behind that. So that is the intention. And we're praying that we talk about differentiated learning, for instance. It's been promoted and all those things. But we've not been intentional about differentiated assessment. And that is creating a challenge. And so it's one of the things that is being considered. But I must, this is my last one, or will I have an opportunity?
Yeah, go.
Okay, so in conclusion, I want to encourage all of us that If you do not say that I value my language, nobody will tell you you value your language. So let us be very intentional about our languages and then internalize that. For me, I always say that I'm very proud to be a Ghanaian because at least if I take Professor the celebrant's language, at least I can say something in his language. I can sing a song. I can sing it. Any language, I can get something small, and it makes me a Ghanaian. Let us all desire to learn another Ghanaian language. Thank you very much.
Right. Okay, Prof.
Okay, thank you. I think in all these, the comments and the questions that are coming, I see a call for a system-wide approach to addressing the language issue. In fact, the language is us and we are language. Everything is language. So if we want, as we talk about language of teaching, what happens in KG to P3 and then P4 upwards. Part of it, we need to look at what NACA is doing. GES, NASIA, NTC, that's the licensing people, our teacher training institutions, our universities. And where I have a concern is who is going to lead this course for the systems to work on. But luckily we have Prof. Odro here. And we have Prof. Atintonu here. We have all the professors here. One way or the other, I think we find our hands and our legs involved in all the systems things. So I think we just have to be intentional about coming together regularly, pushing this agenda at specific forums and fora to ensure that we keep awakening it. When I arrived here in the morning, Prof. Tinto said, Eric, you are here. I say, I'm here. And I want to be here not just as a language person, but as a non-language person speaking language. And that way, we can all get involved. And assessment. I did ask this question somewhere. So if the student decide that he will write or she will write the essay in a Fanti, would WAEC agree? Would the schools agree? If you say, well, maybe I can't even write you back, I can orally respond. How prepared are we as a system to accept the use of our Ghanaian languages in teaching, learning, and in assessment? Thank you.
Right, thank you. Yeah, Professor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair and members. I have nothing much to add, but to appreciate all those who have contributed in form of comments, additions, and whatnot. And I'm very happy with the clarification of my dean in terms of the policy. Yes, that's what I'm saying. I'm yet to understand what the language policy per se is in this country. We have language in education policy, that much, yes. The problem is, and that answers my dean's question, what is the problem to be fixed? The problem is us at all the levels, because we make policies in terms of education, but we don't follow through. We don't walk the talk. That is our problem. And we need to fix it at all levels. Our mindset, we need to wash our minds. With maybe some bleaching substance so that we have a different mindset. So we do things the way we should. We can to improve our language and national development. So I think that is about what I would say. And the problem also is the frequent language in education policy change. A minister comes because she has the power. What the previous minister introduced is jettisoned. You know, we've suffered this 3 years at the SHS, 4 years. I don't know, maybe we'll come back to 5 years very soon. So all these things, the frequent change is the one that disturbs us. But if we were to inscribe this in our national development policy and follow it, so no government can come and say, look, we have our own manifesto, so we don't respect what is in the development plan. We should. And probably, I'm very happy because I've been part of the COBIS project. And I remember I set up the Kushia one, yes, before I left office. But the point is that I don't know if it has been reviewed to include what do you call it, the language. When our students are in the communities, whether we have somebody taking them through some of the expressions of the community, some of the cultural values. I know they go to communities, they interact with the people vis-a-vis the diseases and sicknesses that they go through. But the cultural aspect, the cultural values, the language, do they spend time having somebody taking them through some of the expressions? I think if that has not been done, let me take your contribution. We should be looking at that. And I'll be happy to go one day on my own to see what is happening. So thank you very much for all the contributions.
I think that the presentations have triggered a lot of concerns. I don't know whether the organizers will permit, but otherwise I think that it's 1 o'clock. And I think by the powers vested in me, I would want us to end. But if I allow, it means that I should allow all the others, and I will be seen to be unfair. So as the chair for this function, I would want to use the powers vested in me to bring finality to this session of the interaction. And so let me say that I'm happy that these presentations have triggered a lot of discussion. We will have to continue discussing, certainly. But there are a few things that I would want to say about the presentations. One, that there's a difference between language in education policy and language in governance policy. But the two are related. We need, however, to pay attention to the language in education policy. If we get serious about that, I'm sure that it will affect, the other. And so, but within that, I see that we all have to be serious, especially those of us academics. We've heard what Professor Domwini has been doing, but it looks like it's not the same thing that is being done in the other universities. So that is a challenge to the other universities as to what we need to do in order to prop up interest in the local languages. I'm happy that we now have a number of languages there, and I also heard you talk about language documentation. And I think that we need to pay attention to that. Some years ago, I spoke by somebody from Winneba. And the reason for the choice of the topic was that she wanted to save her language. And I was surprised that at that early age, she wanted to do that. You know, it was the first time I ever heard of a language by name Pepesa. I had not heard the name of that language before, Pepesa. Well, she told me that, she herself can't speak it, but she lives in a community where is the very old people, the grandma, the grandpa who speak it, and she was afraid that very soon the language will die. And so she thought that she needed to do that kind of research. And the topic had to do with language maintenance, language shift, language death. A very interesting research that she did. I think what we are saying is that we all have a responsibility as Ghanaians. I mean, we are not English people, we are Ghanaians. So we owe it a duty to ourselves to ensure that we develop our languages. Prof. Nyako Ansa was talking about the fact that we have about, according to Ethnologue, between 40 to, is this 70 or, but how many of these languages have been written down? And that's the challenge we have. Very few of the indigenous languages have been written. So if we assume that we have even 50 Ghanaian indigenous languages, we are saying that now we have just about 15. I mean, from what you said, about 15. So that leaves us with a lot of work to do. And I think that going forward, all of us as individuals, as lecturers, as universities, as a government, as a community, will have to do more in order to ensure that our languages survive. And what others have done, because I think there have been references to other places and the policies that they have. And I think that we can also, as Prof. Ananga indicated, we can come together and work towards developing some policies or some proposals that can be sent to the people who matter, so that in the end, we can have our languages properly developed and used for our own benefit. So having said this, I think I would like to bring the curtain to an end, and I would like to give the mic to the organizers, who will then continue from.
Thank you, Prof. Moderator. And let's give them all another round of applause. Can we invite Hannah Dolores here, if she's here, for the vote of thanks? Okay, she's not here. Nana Rabakosa, if you are here, please, kindly come up stage. Thank you.
Okay, so dear ladies and gentlemen, our honorable panel members, our celebrant, Professor Kuupole, Mr. Chair of the forum for today, our honorable guests and panel members, we thank you all for such an insightful conversation today. And I believe that we'll be going away with a lot of insights, with a lot of understanding of what we should be doing, what we should be expecting, and how communication should be encouraged, not just from in our adult stage, but then also from the basic education. And to our dear guests, we thank you all for gracing the occasion and helping us celebrate Professor Kuupole. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Araba. So we've come to the end of this program, but please don't go away. We would continue immediately with the closing ceremony. We plead with our panelists to stay upstage for a group photograph with the celebrant.
Thank you very much. Let's applaud the chair and panelists as they make their way off the stage. Okay, so the head of Department of French would make some presentations to the panel members before they exit the stage. Okay, so this one is a plaque of honor presented to Professor Samuel Atintonu. Thank you very much. No, it should be the last. The next one goes to Professor Gladys Nyakwansa. Professor George K.T. Odro. The next goes to Dr. Ivy Nkrumah. I understand Prof. Ananga will take it on her behalf. And the final one goes to the celebrant himself, Professor Domwini Dabire Kuupole. Thank you very much. We're so grateful. Let's do it for them once again as they exit the stage. And I welcome you to the closing ceremony for this conference in honor of Professor Didi Kuupole. Now, throughout the sessions of this conference, the conversations have revolved around the coexistence of languages in West Africa through effective communication, coordinated language policies, and how these can strengthen education systems, enhance access to opportunities, and promote cross-border collaboration. As we're coming to the end of the conference, I believe that this is not going to be another talk shop. On the program outline, I see the presentation of the conference communique, and I believe that there will be some action at the end of the day. My name is Akusia Saki, and I'm emceeing the closing ceremony. I would introduce the chair for the ceremony, and he is the Dean of the Faculty of Arts of the University of Cape Coast. Let's welcome Professor Kwabena Safo Kantanka to give his opening remarks. Let's be generous with our applause as Professor Kantanka makes his way to the stage to give his opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Akusia. Our revered celebrant, Professor Dabire Kuupole, and invited guests, colleagues, friends, presenters. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Of course, it's a huge privilege to be asked to chair the closing ceremony, a program that has honored one of our finest scholars in the Faculty of Arts. From crowd to the crown, who has achieved so much, he's seen it all, from shepherding through mentoring and being mentored to the highest position of the Vice Chancellor of no other university than the University of Competitive Choice, University of Cape Coast. And actually, he gave the name University of Competitive Choice. So you can understand what we are talking about. So if I've been asked to chair such a program, why not? I'm privileged and I'm happy, and I take up the challenge. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much, Professor Safo Kantanka. I would invite Dr. Christabel Abasam, the lead rapporteur from the Department of English, and she's going to help us with the conference report. This is basically going to be a summary of proceedings throughout this 3-day conference. Let's welcome Dr. Christabel Abasam with a round of applause, please. Let's welcome her. Let's do it for her.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I want to stand on the existing protocol already established to read the report for the conference. So there's a conference in honor of Professor Dabire Kuupole, theme Coexistence of Language in West Africa for Sustainable Regional Integration. And the venue is at the School of Graduate Studies Auditorium, University of Cape Coast. The date is from 24 to 26 June 2026, and the official opening was chaired by Reverend Professor Emmanuel Adobing. The conference in honor of Professor Dabire Kuupole was held from 24 to 26 June 2026 at the School of Graduate Studies, University of Cape Coast, under the theme Coexistence of Language in West Africa for Sustainable Regional Integration. The conference brought together scholars, researchers, policymakers, language practitioners, and students from diverse academic and professional institutions to deliberate on the central role of language in identity formation, governance, education, migration, and regional integration within West Africa. Deliberations were organized around the following sub-themes: language, identity, and regional integration, governance and political integration, literature, identity, and society, migration, identity, and multilingualism, literature and post-colonial studies, language assessment, didactics, pedagogies, and acquisition, translation studies and applied communication, and translation, intercultural mediation, and educational technologies. The objectives of the conference. The conference sought to recognize the immense contribution of Professor Dabire Kuupole to language policy development in the West African sub-region. The conference also facilitated critical engagement on multilingualism and policy inconsistencies that impede regional integration, and also to reimagine linguistic coexistence in education systems, governance structures, and cultural and economic exchanges across West Africa. The summary of proceedings. The opening session. The opening session commenced at 10:03 a.m. at the School of Graduate Studies Auditorium, University of Cape Coast. The opening ceremony was chaired by Reverend Professor Emmanuel Adwabing, who underscored the importance of celebrating scholarly excellence and intellectual legacy. He emphasized that academic work must be anchored in professionalism, integrity, and measurable impact. He further noted that teaching and learning should be student-centered, a pedagogical orientation exemplified in the scholarly contributions of Professor Kuupole. Speakers during the sessions emphasized the following: the necessity of aligning academic excellence with measurable societal impact, the interdependence between scholarly achievement, professional practice, and public service, the role of visionary leadership, integrity, and diligence in enhancing institutional visibility and relevance, and finally, the centrality of language in promoting sustainable regional integration in West Africa. The keynote address. The keynote address was delivered by Professor Ishaq Oloyede, sorry if I've corrupted the pronunciation, on the theme Multilingualism, a Blessing or an Albatross. The address examined the following: the socio-cultural dynamics of multilingualism and language contact in West Africa, the importance of interdisciplinary approaches to language, identity, mobility, and development, the strategic role of language policy and planning in education, governance, and regional institutions, and scholarly legacy of Professor D.D. Kuupole in French language didactics and applied linguistics within the West African context. The keynote speaker also emphasized the following key conclusions: that colonial linguistic divisions, Anglophone, Francophone, and Lusophone, continue to constrain regional integration, that mother tongue education enhances cognitive development and learning outcomes, particularly at foundational levels, that multilingualism facilitates trade, mobility, and cross-border economic interaction, that democratic governance requires linguistic inclusion to ensure citizens access to laws, policies, health communication, and electoral processes, that language embodies culture, identity, historical memory, and knowledge systems. The goodwill messages delivered during the opening ceremony, particularly those by the Chancellor, Sir Dr. Sam Eson-Jonah, and the remarkable contributions to the University of Cape Coast. They highlighted the following: his transformational institutional leadership. As Vice Chancellor, Professor Kuupole provided visionary leadership that strengthened the university's governance, strategic planning, and administrative systems, further enhancing UCC's reputation as one of Ghana's premier universities. Promotion of academic excellence and research. That Professor Kuupole championed high standards in teaching, learning, and research, encouraging scholarly productivity, expanded postgraduate education, and strengthened the university's research profile. That his tenure witnessed significant growth in academic and student infrastructure, creating an improved teaching and learning environment. That he broadened collaborations with universities, research institutions, and development partners across Africa, Europe, North America, and beyond, creating opportunities for staff and student exchanges, collaborative research, and institutional development. And finally, they highlighted that Professor Kuupole fostered a culture of consultation, mutual respect, and shared governance, creating a stable and harmonious environment in which the university thrived. Then the documentary. The opening ceremony featured a documentary which traced Professor Kuupole's inspiring journey from his humble beginnings in Nandom through modest circumstances to becoming a distinguished scholar and Vice Chancellor of the University of Cape Coast. It highlighted his unwavering commitment to giving back to community, demonstrating his belief that education and leadership must be accompanied by social responsibility and community service. The documentary also showcased his enduring legacy in Nandom through the following: funding the construction of a community library to promote literacy, learning, and access to knowledge for present and future generations, establishing banana and cassava plantations to support sustainable agriculture, create employment opportunities, and improve local livelihoods, and investing in initiatives that promote long-term educational and socio-economic development in his hometown. Launching of the autobiography. The opening ceremony also featured the launch of Professor Kuupole's autobiography. Presenting the project, Dr. Charles Prempeh explained that the autobiography, was commissioned in March 2025 to document Professor Kuupole's life, leadership, and enduring legacy. He noted that the book presents a holistic portrait of Professor Kuupole by examining both his public accomplishment and his private life, demonstrating how personal values, family support, resilience, and faith shaped his distinguished academic and leadership journeys. A distinctive feature of the autobiography is its plurality of voices, including a chapter written by Professor Mrs. Alfredina Kuupole, his wife of nearly 50 years, offering a candid account of the triumphs and challenges that underpinned his public service. Dr. Prempeh concluded that the autobiography serves not only as a historical record, but also as a guide for future generations, preserving Professor Kuupole's legacy while distilling a lifetime of experience into enduring lessons on ethical leadership, institutional transformation, and national development. The plenary sessions. The plenary session was held under the theme Languages in Contact and Regional Integration in Africa. It was facilitated by Professor Abu Napon and Professor Rosemond Abuajiwa Bohene. Key issues highlighted included the following: the necessity of adopting a bottom-up approach in language policy formulation that reflects the lived experiences of the masses, the importance of historically informed yet forward-looking policy framework, the need to reposition African languages as complementary systems rather than competitive ones, the conceptualization of multilingualism as a strategic asset rather than a developmental burden, and finally, the imperative for universities and relevant stakeholders to promote the systemic use of indigenous languages in education and public life. The first day concluded with an exhibition of the scholarly works of Professor D.D. Kuupole, held at the Sam Jonah Library. The exhibition underscored the necessity of bridging the gap between academic knowledge production and practical society application, reinforcing the principle that scholarship must translate into impact. Day 2. The second day of the conference was dedicated to paper presentations. The presentations were organized across 4 thematic centers and 9 seminar rooms out of a total of 81 presentations. 76 participants presented papers. Emerging thematic concerns included the following: that West Africa's profound linguistic diversity juxtaposed with the dominance of colonial languages in governance system, the persistent gap between language policy formulation and implementation resulting in structural exclusion, the need for stronger alignment between language policy interventions and curriculum development, translation as an intercultural mediating practice that must integrate both indigenous and official languages, the role of digital technologies and new media in advancing multilingual communication and cross-border linguistic practices, and the contribution of West African women's literature in fostering regional consciousness through shared gendered experiences that transcend national boundaries. Day 3 is the Policy Forum. The final day of the conference was convened as a policy forum, bringing together academics, policymakers, and institutional stakeholders to synthesize the outcome of the preceding sessions. And the Policy Forum highlighted the following: that language should be understood as a strategic resource for development rather than a mere medium of communication or a marker of cultural identity. Language policy plays a pivotal role in advancing national development and strengthening regional integration within ECOWAS. That multilingualism holds profound developmental value, particularly in enhancing governance systems and improving efficiency and inclusiveness of public service delivery. Translation and interpretation are indispensable instruments for fostering regional cooperation and enabling effective cross-border communication. That there is a pressing need for coherent and harmonized language policies across ECOWAS member states and its institutions. That practical, context-sensitive policy recommendations are essential to strengthen the formulation, implementation, and sustainability of language policies in West Africa. The following recommendations are made. The conference made the following recommendations: that West African states should pursue coordinated and harmonized language policies to mitigate fragmentation arising from colonial linguistic legacies. That mother tongue-based multilingual education should be institutionalized and strengthened at all levels of education. Universities should assume a leading role in research, documentation, and innovation in indigenous language development. Regional organizations, particularly ECOWAS, should integrate structured multilingual communication frameworks into governance and policy dissemination. Digital technologies should be systematically harnessed to promote indigenous languages and facilitate cross-border communication. Capacity building in translation and interpretation should be expanded to support regional integration processes. And finally, that African language literature should be actively promoted as a vehicle for cultural identity, unity, and intellectual production. In conclusion, the conference successfully foregrounded the centrality of language in shaping governance, identity, education, and regional integration in West Africa. It reaffirmed the scholarly legacy of Professor D.D. Kuupole and highlighted the enduring relevance of his intellectual contributions to language studies and policy development. The deliberations collectively established that multilingualism, when strategically harnessed, constitutes not a barrier, but a critical resource for sustainable development, democratic participation, and regional cohesion. The conference, therefore, called for renewed commitment to inclusive language policies that reflect the linguistic realities of West Africa while advancing the broader agenda of integration and development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Christabel Abassam. She's the lead rapporteur, and she's with the Department of English. She gave us the summary of the proceedings of this conference. And at this point, we'll take the conference communique, and this will be presented by Dr. Anthony D'Souza from the Department of French. Let's welcome him with a round of applause, too.
Thank you. Communique at the end of the conference in honor of Prof. Domwini Dabire Kuupole. following the 3 days of scholarly deliberations, paper presentation, and a high-level policy forum. Participants at the conference in honor of Professor Domwini Dabire Kuupole adopted the following communique as the collective outcome of the conference. Resolutions. The conference recognizes multilingualism as one of West Africa's greatest assets for strengthening regional integration, democratic governance, social cohesion, cultural exchange, and sustainable development. Affirms that the linguistic diversity of the ECOWAS region should be viewed as a strategic resource rather than a barrier to integration, and calls for policy that embrace linguistic inclusion. Observes that the continued dominance of colonial languages in governance, education, and regional institutions limit meaningful participation by many citizens and constrains the objectives of regional integration. Reaffirms that mother tongue-based multilingual education remains essential for improving learning outcome, literacy development, cultural identity, and lifelong learning. Note with concern the persistent disconnect between language policy formulation and effective implementation across many West African countries, resulting in unequal access to education, justice, public information, and government services. Acknowledges the indispensable role of translation, interpreting, and intercultural communication in facilitating diplomacy, trade, justice, education, migration, and institutional cooperation within the ECOWAS region. Recognizes universities as key actors in generating evidence, developing language resources, strengthening teacher education, and informing language policy through interdisciplinary research. Encourages government, universities, and development partners to harness digital technology, artificial intelligence, and emerging communication platforms to document, preserve, promote African languages while expanding multilingual access to knowledge and public services. Support stronger collaboration among universities, government, professional bodies, and regional organizations in promoting multilingual education, research, staff mobility, and policy dialogue across West Africa. Commends the growing body of scholarship demonstrating the contribution of literature, culture, indigenous knowledge systems to peace building, intercultural understanding, and regional consciousness. So recommendations have been given already by my colleague. I will just add a few one. The last one being that researchers should continue to generate evidence-based policy recommendations that bridge the gap between language scholarship and public policy. The Department of French, University of Cape Coast, in collaboration with its partners, should institutionalize this conference as a periodic international platform for advancing scholarship and policy dialogue on multilingualism and regional integration in West Africa. Declaration. Participants reaffirm their commitment to promoting language coexistence as a catalyst for regional integration, inclusive governance, educational transformation, and sustainable development in West Africa. They pledge to work collaboratively within their respective institutions and countries to advance the implementation of the resolution and recommendations contained in this communique. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. D'Souza. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gradually inching to the close of the third and final day of the conference in honor of Professor Kuupole. At this point, I would invite the So next on the bill, we have a presentation of certificates and awards. So we'll commence with a presentation of certificates. Right, so we have the certificate here to be presented, and this is a certificate of participation, and this one goes to Dr. Emmanuel Kwame Afari. Dr. Emmanuel Kwame Afari. The next, Dr. Charles Prempe. Dr. Charles Prempe is next. Yes, please make your way. After Dr. Kwame Prempe is Charles Prempe is Ms. Harriet Emefa Konu. Ms. Harriet Emefa Konu. Is Harriet here? Mr. Francis Foley. Mr. Francis Foley. Mr. Stephen Asameni. Stephen Asameni. Dr. Mrs. Veronica Kwene D'Souza. Dr. Elias Kosi Kaiser. Mr. Festus. That's a very interesting one. Miss Kalara Salom Honu. Do we have Miss Honu here? Dr. Theophile Kwame Atonon. Miss Josephine Oseipoku. Is Josephine here? Mr. Kweku Esuma. Kweku Asuma. Mr. Mutala Mohammed. Miss Alimatu Abubakar. Miss Alimatu Abubakar. Mrs. Mawinam Adibo. Mawinam Adibo. Dr. Mrs. Lina Aziaku. Well, that's it. I understand a number of you have already taken your certificates already. And so we're going to have a poetry recital to herald the presentation of the award. We're ready for the recital, please. Right. Let's welcome them again with a round of applause. Thank you.
Poème en hommage de Professeur Kuupole à l'occasion de ses 70 ans par Professeur Maulawe Kofi Koda. Le poème est intitulé Kuupole, le lion à l'âme de colombe de Nandom. Kuupole, le lion à l'âme de colombe de Nandom. Des terres paisibles de Nandom. S'est levé un lion au cœur des colombes. Un homme dont le rugissement était sagesse. Et dont le silence était humilité. Il n'est pas entré dans la grandeur avec le tonnerre des conquêtes. Il y est entré doucement, portant des livres plutôt que des épées, des idées plutôt que l'orgueil, et la certitude tranquille que le savoir sert le mieux l'humanité lorsqu'il est enveloppé de grâce. Oh, Kuupole, dans les amphithéâtres où les esprits étaient encore agiles, tes paroles furent des sculpteurs patients. Tu façonnais la pensée sans briser l'esprit. Tu corrigeais le rêve sans humilier l'apprenant. Et tu semais des grains de courage dans les cœurs timides d'étudiants qui deviendraient un jour eux-mêmes des savants. Beaucoup ne se souviennent pas des titres que tu as portés, mais de la chaleur de tes conseils. Car dans les couloirs de l'université, tu étais plus qu'un professeur. Tu étais une boussole pour les égarés. Une oreille patiente pour les rêves anxieux. Une voix paternelle disant, continue, le chemin du savoir est long, mais il livre sa moisson aux patients. Lorsque le leadership t'a appelé, tu as répondu, non par ambition, mais par responsabilité. Dans les mers agitées de l'administration, tu as tenu fermement la barre, guidant le grand navire du savoir, avec le calme de celui qui sait que les institutions comme les jardins ne prospèrent que lorsqu'elles sont arrosées de grâce. Ainsi, le savant devient gardien, l'enseignant devient bâtisseur et le penseur discret devient le dépositaire digne de confiance de nombreux destins académiques. Pourtant, sous les dignitants des fonctions demeurait le même esprit doux, le lion qui ne dévore pas ceux qui marchent à ses côtés, mais qui les protège. Un lion par l'intellect, une colombe par le tempérament. Car le pouvoir qui oublie l'humilité, est un esprit sans harmonie. Mais la sagesse qui s'incline devant l'humanité devient musique dans la mémoire des générations. 70 saisons déjà ont tourné sur la terre, mais tes empreintes brillent encore sur les chemins du savoir. Les étudiants portent tes leçons comme des lampes dans la nuit. Les collègues se souviennent de ton équité comme d'une pluie sur un sol fatigué. Et les jeunes chercheurs marchent plus fièrement parce que ton ombre a autrefois abrité les débuts incertains. Oh lion à l'âme de colombe de Nandom, car le vent du temps continue de chanter tes victoires silencieuses. Car la grandeur ne crie pas toujours. Parfois, elle murmure à travers des vies transformées. Aujourd'hui, nous célébrons non seulement des années, mais une moisson d'influence, des esprits éveillés, des carrières nourries et une université fortifiée par la sagesse constante d'un géant humble. Alors que les voix de la gratitude s'élèvent et que cet hommage s'envole comme une colombe dans le ciel de la mémoire. Professeur Domwini Kuupole, lion de l'intellect, mentor des générations, colombe d'esprit, père de nombreux parcours académiques. À 70 ans, ton héritage marche devant toi comme une aurore qui refuse de s'éteindre. Comme une aurore qui refuse de s'éteindre. Merci.
A poem for Professor D.D. Kuupole, written by Professor M.K. Koda, entitled Thou Spirited Lion of Nandom. From the quiet soils of Nandom rose a lion with the heart of a dove, a man whose roar was wisdom and whose silence was humility. He did not stride into greatness with a tender of conquest. No, he walked into it gently, carrying books instead of swords, ideas instead of pride, and the calm assurance that knowledge serves humanity best when wrapped in grace. Oh, Kuupole, in lecture halls where minds were clear, your words were careful sculptors. You shaped thought without breaking the spirit, corrected error without humiliating the learner, and planted seeds of courage in the timid hearts of students who would one day become scholars. Good. I would like to start. From the quiet soils of Nandom rose a lion with the heart of a dove, a man whose roar was wisdom and whose silence was humility. He did not stride into greatness with a tender of conquest. He walked into it gently, carrying books instead of swords, ideas instead of pride, and in the calm assurance that knowledge serves humanity best when wrapped in grace. Oh, Kuupole, in lecture halls where minds were clear, your words were careful sculptors. You shaped thought without breaking the spirit, corrected errors without humiliating the learner, and planted seeds of courage in the timid house of students who would one day become scholars themselves. Many remember not the titles you bore, but the warmth of your counsel. For in the corridors of the university, you were more than a professor. You were a compass for the lost, a patient listener to anxious dreams, a fatherly voice saying, walk on. The road of knowledge is long, but it yields its harvest to the patient. When leadership called, you answered not with ambition, but with responsibility. In the stormy seas of administration, you held the helm steady, steering the great ship of learning. With the calm of the one who knew that institutions like gardens flourish only when watered with integrity. Thus the scholar became a steward, the teacher became a builder, and the quiet thinker became the trusted custodian of many academic destinies. Yet beneath the dignities of office remained the same gentle spirit. The lion who never devoured those who walked beside him but guarded them. A lion in intellect, a dove in temperament. Such paradox is a true architecture of greatness. At 70 seasons, now have turned upon the earth, and so your footprint shines upon the path of learning. Students carry your lessons like lamps in the night. Colleagues recall your fairness like rain upon Thai soil. And the younger scholars walk taller because your shadow once sheltered your uncertain beginnings. Oh, thou spirited lion of Nandom, may the winds of time continue to sing your quiet victories, for greatness does not always shout. Sometimes it whispers gently through life transformed. Today we celebrate not merely years, but the harvest of influent minds awakened, career nurtured, and a university strengthened by the steady wisdom of a humble giant. Therefore rise, voices of gratitude, and let this tribute fly like dove across the sky membrane. Professor Dabire Kuupole, lion of intellect, dove of spirit, mentor of generations, father to many academic journeys. At 70, your legacy walks ahead of you like a sunrise that refuses to fade. Thank you.
Let's applaud her. Okay, I just heard you've done well. Let's applaud her once again. So I'll invite the head of the Department of French to actually make this presentation, and it is to the celebrant, the reason why we are gathered, Professor Domwini Dabire Kuupole. Let's welcome Professor Kuda.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And on behalf of the Department of French, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for making time to stay with us till we got to this stage. As we prepare for this conference, some ideas flew through our mind, and we tried to conceptualize something. First, I started with a poem, then along the line, I said there should be something that should immortalize the poem. And then combining various concepts, we came out with something that you have wrapped here. We present what you have there, and at the end, there will be an elaborate presentation to explain the concept that has been carved into this thing. Thank you very much. Professor Dabire Kuupole, I now invite you on stage.
You know, I'm short of words. In the classroom, me, I do my job because I'm being paid for that. And my duty is to bring up people, to develop human capital. And my father always told me, when you're doing something, don't think of the material gain, don't think of what you should expect. Think of what you are contributing to humankind. So, and today I understand why a room that I entered before they entered the department, they banned me from entering that very room. Today I now understand, and indeed, I have only one thing, that Professor Koda and others who once sat in a classroom in front of me, who are now the people who are running the department, they should continue to run the department with the same quality, same standard, not running down the standards of the department, so that the Department of French at the University of Cape Coast will continue to have the name and the fame that it has always enjoyed. On this, I can only leave the Almighty with them, ask for the Almighty, the creator of the universe, to continue to bless them and guide them. And if they still want to entertain me, they should only contribute every month and give me something for my good wine. Thank you very much.
We will now invite Dr. Chrisabel Abasan to do the presentation to explain what these ideas stand for. Thank you.
You'll have to endure my voice for the very last time. So I'm reading the reasoning behind the artifact. The artifact captured in the photograph is not merely a decorative sculpture. It is a profound visual narrative of life, scholarship, leadership, and legacy, conceptually interpreted and symbolically described by Professor M.K. Koda. This artistic creation may fittingly be understood as a monumental representation of the life and achievement of Professor D.D. Kuupole, whose distinguished career has left an indelible imprint on academia, leadership, and society. The broad base, the foundation of the stable and enduring upbringing. The broad and firmly anchored base of the artifact symbolizes the stable, disciplined, and enduring upbringing of Professor D.D. Kuupole. Just as no enduring structure can survive without a solid foundation, so too has Professor Kuupole's remarkable journey been sustained by deeply rooted family values, cultural heritage, integrity, humility, perseverance, and spiritual grounding. The expansive base signifies rootedness and unwavering connection to his origins in Nandom and to the values that shaped his character. It reminds observers that greatness is never accidental. It is built painstakingly upon strong moral, cultural, and intellectual foundations. The stacked layers, scholarship, and intellectual multiplicity. Rising from the base are carefully superimposed layers resembling books. These symbolize the numerous fields of scholarship that Professor D.D. Kuupole has traversed and enriched throughout his illustrious academic career. Each book signifies a discipline, an intellectual pursuit, a research endeavor, a generation of students mentored, and a body of knowledge produced or transmitted. The inscriptions on the layers further evoke the interdisciplinary breadth of his scholarship and administrative vision. The ascending arrangement of these scholarly volumes suggests that intellectual excellence is cumulative, knowledge built upon knowledge, experience upon experience, wisdom upon reflection. Professor Kuupole's accent was therefore not sudden, but the consequence of decades of rigorous scholarship, disciplined inquiry, and sustained service to higher education. The ascending structure, progressive leadership. The upward progression of the stacked scholarly layers symbolize successive stages of leadership, from lecturer to professor, from department and faculty responsibilities to national and international academic leadership, culminating in his distinguished service as Vice Chancellor. The architecture of the structure suggests that authentic leadership rests upon scholarship and service rather than mere authority. Every level supports the next, indicating that true leaders rise because they have first learned to serve, mentor, inspire, and build institutions. The oval crest, the stable pedestal of leadership. At the summit rests the elegant curved oval structure. This upper piece functions symbolically as a secure and elevated pedestal, a place of honor attained through merit, sacrifice, wisdom, and integrity. Its balanced curvature suggests stability amidst changing circumstances. Leadership, in this sense, is neither rigid nor oppressive. It is dynamic, accommodating, and inclusive. The pedestal conveys that Professor Kuupole's leadership was founded upon equilibrium, balancing tradition and innovation, authority and compassion, excellence and inclusiveness. The lion, royal lineage, strength, and permanent guardianship. Standing firmly atop the pedestal is the lion, the most striking symbolic element of the entire artifact. The lion evokes multiple layers of meaning. First, royal lineage and noble ancestry, reflecting the distinguished heritage of Nandom. Courage and strength, emblematic of Professor Kuupole's steadfastness in moment of institutional challenge. Wisdom and vigilance, qualities indispensable to visionary leadership. Protective guardianship, suggesting a leader who watches over, guides, nurtures, and safeguards those entrusted to his care. The lion's elevated position indicates not domination, but watchfulness. Securely standing upon the stable pedestal, it surveys its environment with calm authority, signifying that Professor Kuupole's influence extends beyond his former years of office. His intellectual and moral guidance continues permanently through the countless students, colleagues, and institutions he has shaped. The dove-spirited lion of Nandom. Professor Maoloi Kofi Koda's interpretation of this artifact finds its fullest poetic expression in a celebrated poem, D.D. Kuupole, The Dove-Spirited Lion of Nandom. The poem's central paradox, a lion possessing the spirit of a dove, is concretely embodied in this sculpture. The lion symbolizes courage, authority, and regal leadership, yet its poised and composed stance equally reflect gentleness, humility, peace, compassion, and reconciliation, the very attribute associated with the dove. Thus, the artifact becomes a tangible manifestation of the poem's central thesis that Professor D.D. Kuupole exemplifies a rare model of leadership in which strength is tempered by humility, authority by humanity, and power by compassion. In this sense, the sculpture may be read as an enduring visual testament to a scholar, a mentor, a statesman, and above all, a dove-spirited lion of Nandom, whose legacy shall continue to inspire generations yet unborn. Conceptualization and symbolic interpretation of the artifact right in front of us. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you, Dr. Questionable Abba Sam. Ladies and gentlemen, this would be the very last activity in celebrating Professor Kuupole. I would say that has been the apex of our gathering for this conference. I would invite the chair to give his closing remarks. Let's welcome Professor Kwabena Safo Kantanka.
Thank you very much, Akusia. As for this lion, is a humble lion. Yeah, dove spirited, and I like the idea. It can be so fulfilling when you come from a poor background, an underprivileged background, and you rise to the top. And that is why very often when politicians, even when they are born, as they say, with a silver spoon in the mouth, when they stand on a platform, they try to narrate a story that links them to a poor background or an underprivileged background. So that is exactly what we see here. We can all understand this beautiful artifact. I remember when I attended my interview for appointment as a lecturer, Professor Nana Jeno Pokwajima was then the Vice Chancellor and the chair of the committee. She asked me a question. Safo, you are a very brilliant young man. This job you want to enter doesn't pay. Why don't you go out there and get something that from which you can get a lot of money and develop yourself? And I remember answering like this. I believe that there's nothing more rewarding than helping young people achieve their potential. And then the professor was like, Vice Chancellor was like, that is too moralistic. But I think that the expression that I gave that day is what has been defined through this conference about Professor D.D. Kuupole. The testimonies, the statements, everything that we have heard within the past 3 days speaks to that statement that I made that day. That tells us who Professor D.D. Kuupole is. And so when the young lady read the poem, the expression that I kept was, therefore, rise all voices of gratitude. Prof, all those voices have risen, and they are here, and they thank you so much. I'll not make any attempt to recap anything. We've all heard, or we all heard what the rapporteur spelled out here. If I make any attempt, I'll dilute it. So I'm not going to make any attempt to recap anything as a chair. But I believe that we've all learned something so important through this conference. First, that we should always know that, or the conference reminds us that if you do our job well, there's always a reward for us. And the people we nurture will always recognize us. We've learned that at least we know that there's a problem with the coexistence of languages. We know what the problem now is. What we don't know, or what we contemplated, if I should say, is the way forward. So from the policy discussion that went on, what I'm going home with is, what is the way forward for this all-important expression of the importance of the existence of languages, core languages in West Africa, and how we leverage on that for the development of West Africa and Africa. Of course, we know that the imperialists won't take that. They wouldn't want us to develop that. But we have to charge ourselves and see how governments, policymakers, academics, researchers, and all of us can come together to fight that common goal. On that note, Prof, I never said here that sometimes I have few words in Dagari. And so sometimes when I meet Prof, I try to speak 1 or 2 words. Prof, Baraka. Airi Besung. Atuma. Oh, thank God. On that note, I say a big thank you to everybody for how far we've come. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Of all the 3, Baraka, I will stick with me. Right, we'll take the vote of thanks. Please help me welcome Hannah Dolores Dihir to do us the honors. Let's welcome her with a round of applause.
Thank you. So the past few days, voices of gratitude have indeed raised. So this is an aspect to show gratitude to those who made this conference possible. So I will start with the very first day, which is the opening. So first of all, we would want to extend our gratitude to Professor Emmanuel Adwobin for chairing Wednesday's program, and the keynote speaker, Prophet Ishak Oluyede, for his remarkable words, and also the acting VC, Professor Dennis Wolanyo Aheto, former Pro VCs, former registrars, and the Provost of CANS and CHILS. Also, we want to extend gratitude to the Dean of the Faculty of Arts for their presence on Wednesday, and also to the plenary speakers, Professor Abu Napon, Professor Rosamond Bunhini, and Dr. Charles Prempe, the one who launched the autobiography. We say a very big thank you. And to yesterday, those who had their presentations, as well as all the senior members who chaired the sessions, the breakout sessions, we say thank you. And to today's session, we would like to thank Professor Safo Kantanga for chairing today's occasion, and also the technical advisor to the Ministry of Education, Professor G.K.T. Odro, for his presence, and also the panel members for the forum that happened this morning. We'll first of all thank Professor Afo for moderating the session, and Professor Atintonu, Professor Gladys Nyako Ansa, Dr. Ivy, the one who stepped in for her, and Professor Eric Ananga for their presence. I would also want to thank all professors and senior members of the Faculty of Arts, and also to thank the Department of French for making this occasion successful and possible as well. A special thanks to Professor M.K. Koda, the HOD of the French department, and also a very big thanks goes to the family and also the organizers. So the organizers, I would like to recognize the committees. So we had the main organizing committee, we had the secretariat committee, the publicity and publication committee, the transport and logistics committee, the sponsorship committee, the rapporteur, and then the media team. We say a very big thank you. And also, and finally, to Professor Didi Kuupole in your voice or in your words, as mom saying, we are here because of this small boy. We thank you for being that small boy and giving us that avenue to convene here for this remarkable occasion. We say a very big thank you to you. Okay, so let's not wait for the next conference to act. I believe this conference has given us an avenue to learn a lot and also to get a lot of information that will help us to advance as academics, as researchers in the area of language. And all the presenters who came from afar, we wish them a very safe travel. We thank everyone for their contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dolores. I would invite Dr. D'Souza. He has an announcement to make, after which we would break out for, that'll be the end actually. We would go have lunch and then we'll say bye-bye to all of you.
Thank you, Akosia. So the chair of the closing ceremony forgot to do one thing, to declare the conference ended. So on behalf of the chairman, I declare the conference closed. But it is not yet over. We have a conference closing dinner. We want to invite you all this evening to New Examination Center from 6 o'clock. So you are all invited. So don't go away. If you are still around, be with us till we end the conference properly. Thank you very much for your attendance.
So it is not over until it is over. That is it. Thank you so much for being a part of this conference. We're grateful that he came, and we're grateful that he came to celebrate Professor Kuupole with us. Thank you all so very much. Can we rise and accord him the final honor for this conference as we applaud? I understand it's on Sunday, but then we celebrate you today, Prof. Thank you so much. Actually, I was once a student of French, and when I came to the Department of French, he won't remember, he welcomed me. He welcomed me, and Prof calls me a daughter, and I'm grateful so much for all the love, for my husband and myself, actually. Prof has been a father. Thank you so much. God bless you, and happy 70th to you. Let's clap for him again.
We have a
Okay, so we'll all come together and take a final photo, forgive me. We'll all come together and take a final photo with our celebrant and his wife. Let's all come together as one big family for a memory.